what's up, everyone? Welcome to Normal America Show, host robnoerr. What a great day to be streaming. All kinds of stuff happening in the world, and I'm right here with you. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad, I don't know. I noticed my hat's getting a little dirty, but hey, a quality hat like this, made to be worn. Am I right? Gosh darn it. I can't get comfortable with the temperature in here. It's either way too cold or way too warm. I feel like, as always, one of the hardest people in the streaming business. Stream this morning, call-in show. Stream for the extravaganza. Streaming for the evening show. Debate set up tomorrow. Debate set up Thursday. My PC was cleaned out and had new drivers installed and everything, but it's still on the fritz. I'm supposed to be getting a new one around next Monday. So that's the idea. Wanted an opinion. What if we could see anyone who says they are political show, news show, top politics, or even reporters get a blue YouTube check your financials had to be public? I'm a little confused. So we give a special check mark on YouTube, but you have to disclose your financials publicly? I don't know. And what's the point? I don't know. GG. No! The virus gets you. I mean, I understand the theory. Wouldn't it be nice to know all these people are being paid to have these opinions? And let's say that we have a special class of people that show their financial disclosures. What if I don't want my financial disclosures to be shown just because it's no one's fucking business how much money I have, but I'm not taking any money? Then I don't get the special class, and so we're just left with a bunch of people that are independently wealthy that could get the blue check because they just don't give a shit. I don't know. To me, it seems like much to do. Like, I think you just do a good job trying to out when you think people are being paid for their political opinions and not disclosing it, and you just go from there. You try your best to work on it, but I don't know. Having said that, I guess I wouldn't give it. I don't really have anything to hide with financial disclosures at all. You can figure out how much money I make, right? Take how much money you see donated on a night on Rumble and YouTube. Then you could go to like Social Blade and see how much money I get on ads. It's not a huge amount. Then take 30% off that, because that's basically what Rumble and YouTube takes. Then take about another 30% off for taxes. That's the money I'm left with. That's basically it. At this point, I don't have a sense of funding, with few exceptions. There have been times that, like, I've done work for the Crucible and got paid for them as a contractor, or like when I used to go judge debates or something. Sometimes you get paid for stuff like that. But yeah, that's probably right. Probably about 100K on YouTube. I don't know what I would have made after taxes total last year, if I'm thinking about it. But when you combine YouTube, and then last year I did work at another job as well, until May, I think it was. Am I still part of the Crucible? It's a difficult question. Nothing's changed per se. But see, this is what I'm talking. It's sort of no one's business, but I don't care. If it was just me, I wouldn't care. I only tell you this because I don't think Andrew gives a shit either. When I got hired by the Crucible, I was just a contractor. It was like, hey, until you get on your feet, I will pay you to do debate research and to help out with projects that I have. Once you get on your feet, maybe I'll, once in a blue moon, like if we're doing the debate course, I'll pay you to do that, but that's it. So I still work with the Crucible and still do the extravaganza. I still help out with research if I feel like it, but I was never like on the books as an employee. I was just like sort of freelance. So nothing's really changed other than, oh, no, it's not prying. I'm just saying I don't think Andrew would be upset if I said that's what happened. But I was never like an employee. I don't mind disclosing that at all. It's just, uh, you know, that's sort of how it went. I'm 99.9% sure if all of a sudden like I got demonetized or whatever on Rumble, or I'm sorry, on YouTube, and I couldn't make money, Andrew would probably find stuff for me to work on and pay me. I think he would. He would just be like, "Hey man, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it." So that's the and inversely, if something would happen to Andrew where all of a sudden he couldn't make money for whatever reason, I would try my best to help out him as well. Obviously, he's having much more success than me. Well deserved, might I add. So that's just the nature of it right now. But well, I don't think it's that people have an issue with people making money. I think there is a feeling that a lot of people are disingenuous and they're grifters and they're saying things that they don't believe. And maybe they're officially getting paid to say things they don't believe. So maybe I'm being paid by Israel. And so when I come on, I'm like, I don't know. Well, you'd like to know that. Is this my honest felt belief about Israel? Or am I being paid by some shady organization? I get it. You want to believe that you're getting people's actual opinions. Um, so you want people to disclose if they're being paid. Who's the biggest right wing grifter to me? You want to say Owen Schroyer? Uh Candace Owens? I don't know. I'll be honest. Like I thought Ian Miles Chung was fucking terrible for a long time. I haven't seen a lot of his shit anymore. Some of these X accounts, these big X accounts, like they're way worse than anyone like Candace or Owen or anyone that's streaming. I don't think Owen's that bad at all, actually. I actually like Owen. Uh, but some of these X accounts are just brutal. Like, oh yeah, like whatever. They'll get paid to say whatever the fuck. And it's just I think it's believe it or not, I think maybe I spend more time on X. There's a lot of good shit on X. There really is. But man, there's really bad stuff. And a lot of the accounts that are the biggest that just learned how to manipulate the algorithm, how to just blatantly rip off other people's content, then put it out as their own. It's a little harder to do that if you're streaming. So even the people you dislike, like maybe you dislike like Tucker or Candace Owens or Owen Schroyer or Ben Shapiro, like they're making their own content. They're at least, even if they're repetitive in what other people are saying, or it's at least something. Some of these X accounts, it's word fucking for word that they're just copy and pasting other people's shit. Uh, yeah, and there's the idea of grifting being over the top pandering. You know, the quartering I don't know much about. That whole drama sort of passed me by. I never really dealt with him. Nor was, to my knowledge, did I follow him. And I can't remember like seeing any of his posts that much. The two things I've heard, and this could be total bullshit about him, was that he was like weaponizing the reporting system, trying to get channels removed, which is a big no-no. That's almost as bad as suing people because you don't like what they're doing. So that's right up there. That's no good. I have no respect for that whatsoever. And then I did see that like people were saying that he'll take like a short, like a TikTok video that someone else did, and then he'll just say, "Hey, you're not going to believe this video," and just play that TikTok video, and that would be his short. And that's no good if you're doing that. Because one thing that happens, and I sympathize with this, is I would say I'm a middle-sized streamer. Is that fair? Now, Truth be told, I'm actually a big streamer, but that's because the vast majority of people that stream have almost no audience. Most people just do it as a hobby, and maybe 1 or 2 people watch their videos. So if you have like anywhere like more than 20, 30 people that are watching you live stream, you're actually doing pretty damn good based on the metrics. But I'll say, just for the sake of it, I have my success, but I'm nowhere near like Andrew or Vosh or Hasan or Destiny or Asmongold. Those people, that's way different categories. So I would say I'm somewhere in between those two, like the brand new streamer or the person that's streaming to a handful of people versus the really huge people. And I still have a lot of sympathy for the small creator. I think that there's a lot of uphill battle for the small creator to get in the space. And I see a lot of people that try really hard and are actually doing really good shit. Maybe there's some issues that they could work on, like technical issues and things like that could take them to the next level. But there's a lot of disadvantages. And one of those is big streamers sort of taking your ideas or, running roughshod over you. So I as far as I'm concerned, anytime you see a bigger streamer that's doing something like content, like, hey, this is this person's content, and they just play it or they clip it up and just add a little wee bit to it, I think that's pretty scummy. That's no good, in my opinion. So I don't know that the quartering did that. I just heard that was an allegation. I don't know. I didn't really care. Anyways, let's read some super chats. We got a lot to talk about tonight with what's going on in the United Kingdom. Now, I'm well aware everyone's streaming at this particular moment. I think there is a debate if you'd prefer to watch over in the Crucible. I will fully admit to you that style of debate is not my cup of tea. Not shitting on Andrew or his opponent. I just don't have a lot to say about debates between different denominations of Christianity. I think they're important debates. Certainly, but it's not really, I've said many times why I don't weigh in on those. No Lego talk? Not really. I don't have much to say about the Lego stuff either. There's a lot going on in the UK that I think warrants talking about. PBD's $48,000 or half-hour consultation. Maybe next year I'll be able to afford that. But let's read some super chats now. Day shift sucked today. Let's be honest, they almost always suck. Day shift Rob sucks. Day shift audience sucks. So we're going to try to hit that goal of $357 here this fine evening. I almost didn't stream. I came very close to not streaming because I almost convinced my son we got a new tent and we were going to put the tent out in the yard tonight and just have a camp out in the yard. But then he decided that he wanted to color with markers and stuff in the house at his desk. So he didn't feel like setting up the camp. So next week, one of the weekdays, I'm going to take the night off and go camping with my son. So I was like, all right, I'll stream tonight and then we'll do it next week. So, yeah, I like my back and forth with Lobster. Yeah, he's a good guy. Lobster's a very good guy. But we're here. Super chats. Laddie, $5 says, you sound like Darkside Phil with, I need a computer, guys, and we need more support or I'm done for the night. Yes! Now we're talking. My hero, Darkside Phil. I am not asking for money for a computer. Let's be clear. I have paid for the computer. It's just a matter of getting it here. So, Avarice built me a computer, and so hopefully it'll be here Monday. But the payment for that was not. There was money that was paid for a long time ago, so that's not an issue. And it's a weird, and the serious note of this, it is a weird feeling, though. Because, truth be told, I'm going to stream no matter what. Well, within reason. Like, I just am. And so if no one gave money tonight, I'm still going to stream till probably 11:30, 12 at least, probably midnight at least. And then I'd be back tomorrow night. What would happen would be it would add up over time where I'm not making any money and I would say, okay, I have to get a job. And then that job would probably mean that I'm streaming much less, but I'd still stream. Specs on computer, I don't even know. So it is odd. It's odd, like, being like, hey, you guys should send me some money. Imagine him. I don't know. It'll always be a weird feeling to me. You know? So there's a give and take. I try to not mention the money much until the end of the night. And then I'll be like, most of the nights I don't even have to mention the money because at the end of the night, then you do the stupid whip song shit and people donate just to annoy the piss out of me. That's usually the way it works. But it is weird because sometimes I feel like that. I mean, I think Letty's joking around, but I do feel like sometimes, like, I don't know, it's a little weird to have a dono goal up there. That's weird, right? It's a little weird to be like, hey, we got to meet our dono goal. So I try to just have fun with it. Like, day shift Rob sucks. Day shift crowd sucks. Fuck them. They're losers. They didn't make it. And then tomorrow or Tuesday or Thursday when I'm talking to day shift crowd, I'll be like, this night shift people suck. We'll show them. Just shit like that. But, you know, at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't need much to be happy. As long as my bills are being paid, I'm okay. I'll take the money. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, like, if I ever won the Powerball, I would just donate all the money. No, I ain't saying that. I'll take the money. But I don't need it to be happy. Anyways, Jim Hayes, former Chat of the Month. What's up, my friend? $20 says, hey, Rob, you're the best. Thanks for all the great content and debate. Stay strong, brother. Not one step back. Thank you. Much appreciated. Chop Chop, $10 says, Rob has been and will forever be Lord of Flesh. That sucks, but I thank you. And Letty, thanks so much. Remember, 6 months was Rob and received your 7,000 shekels. I have not. You know, as to the question of monies I've ever received streaming, super chats, you know, a couple bucks on Patreon or buy me a coffee. Rumble, people have donated to Cash App, PayPal. Then beyond that, I got paid some for working with Word War. I got paid some for the Crucible. As far as to my recollection and all the work I've ever done with politics, I've never received a dime to my recollection. Maybe someone's gave me like $40 or something. I can't remember that though. The best that's happened is like someone will pick up your dinner while you're having a strategy meeting. That's it. I think I've never been paid by like an organization other than Word War, but that was transparent, you know, what I was getting paid for that. But yeah, that's it. If I did, my criteria would be they could not have creative control over what I said. Now, there is strategy that's not financial necessarily, and there's TOS stuff. Like, I'm not gung-ho to come on here and maybe there's something I really want to say, but it violates terms of service. I'm going to check myself. And you could say, was that greed? You're not saying what you want because greed. I mean, I suppose that's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it's like, I'm not trying to self-sabotage by completely destroying any chance I have of ever having a voice because I'm intentionally saying shit. Now, to be honest, I don't know of anything I have that's obviously like a violation of terms of service, but that certainly weighs in the mind. For example, previously, I didn't say a lot about COVID that I wanted to say because it was against YouTube's terms of service. And I have had people tell me, you're a coward. Why didn't you say it? I've had people say, you won't say the N-word on stream, coward. Are you afraid of free speech? Nah, I just don't want to intentionally sabotage my channel, you know? That's it. And there's also times where you're selective in your messaging for strategic reasons. Like, I want to win an election. So I'm choosing what to highlight and what to talk about. But I am giving my honest opinions. So it's tough because I'm not saying anything that every other streamer that talks about politics in the world says. Oh, trust me, I'm honest. Right. It's what everyone says, regardless if they're honest or not. So, you know, I don't know. I'm not about to like break open my bank accounts and show you all. I have this fancy third floor attic that I stream out of, I guess. So, just got to take my word. This incredible legend, our good friend Blasterbot says, well, you don't know the Lego drama? That stuff's wild. You don't do the content with it. You should watch it. Highly entertaining to see some streamers make a scummy business guy have a terrible time. Thank you so much for the $100. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I had saw little bits of this. I saw little bits of Asmongold covering it, and then I Avarice talked about it on the call-in show today. But yeah, it's pretty crazy situation. For those that don't know, I'm gonna try my best for videos that I largely haven't seen to go over this as quickly as possible. There was this dude that had this like $200,000 plus Lego collection, and he gave it to this store to like take care of or something like that. And then the store was basically like, no, we're not giving you any money or giving that back. And so he tried to sue them, and then the store went out of business and was like, well, we're no longer in business. Your contract was with a business that doesn't exist. So there's nothing you could do. And so then some other YouTube streamers tried to like step in and point out how shady this was, which then resulted in the local police like basically arresting them over and over under the accusations of stalking. Their claim is that that's bullshit. This isn't stalking. It's just trying to be transparent. And that this has to do with a Mormon community. So this shop was allegedly ran by a Mormon guy who's close with a lot of the Mormons in the police department. And so they're weaponizing that relationship to basically steal this $200,000, allegedly, and then harass the people to stop looking into it using law enforcement. As far as I know, that's what's going on. The other side is, no, these YouTubers really are stalking people and breaking the law. So, so that's the gist of it. Naughty Germ, $10 says, missed last night, been binging shows. Thank you, Naughty Germs. Always appreciate it, man. 10 this time. Thank you so much, man. And 559 Texan, $10 says, hope you and your family are doing well. We're doing very well. Thank you so much. Sounds such a piece of shit. I can't stand him. Also, very true. Good for UK for banning him and the other idiot. Look, as a rule, I'm not necessarily for countries banning people coming in, particularly for, I mean, it's one thing if it's like violence, right? You're a terrorist or you've said hateful things about the country, et cetera, to some degree. I understand. A country should have the right to protect their borders, not just from who lives there, but who gets to visit it. That's fair. In general, I would say, have a light touch with it. But hey, Hasan and company didn't say shit all when this has been happening to conservatives over and over again. The UK Keir Starmer just had a big announcement after Labour's historic loss that was like, they're going to try to have a reform rally here and we're going to prevent, racists from out of the country coming in. Hasan didn't speak up. The left didn't speak up about that. Yay, they thought. So, fuck them. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. And Hasan certainly said some very extreme, could be considered terroristic shit. So, there's the consequences. Chop, $5 says, insert merch plug here. Chop, you're not the boss. I'm not inserting any merch. Oh, sorry. I guess there was a merch plug. Thanks, Chop. I appreciate it. Have Ryan and I thought of a name for the show? Law and Order. That's the name of the show. All right. This is going to be a rough show. Not just because I suck. But it's a rough topic. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about what's happening in the UK. And regardless of everything I say, and I think it's very important, what I'm going to be talking about and what I think it signifies for the Western world and the UK. But I want to start by saying this. What's lost in all of this, just like with the Charlie Kirk situation, just like with Corey Competore, who was killed in the attempted Trump assassination, is that this was a young man with his entire life ahead of him who is killed in the most heinous of circumstances and whose final moments are horrific, just like Irina Zeratusk. And I just hope that you'll take time tonight just to say a prayer, if you're religious or if not, just to keep in your heart what he went through and what his family is going through. It's horrible. As I said last night, I'm not going to play the footage which has been released because it would probably violate YouTube's terms of service, but it's easily available on social media. And so you can see a 2.5 minute clip, by the way, that cuts off quite quick, I think. But you can see that clip of what law enforcement's initial reaction were to Henry Nowak. It's bleak. It's bleak. I'm someone who likes to talk about the positives as we're talking about negative stuff. I'm aware some people play the footage. I choose not to. Jake's got a bigger channel than mine. Maybe he can get away with it and I can't, but I'm not going to risk it. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what the fuzzy, warm thing to say is. I don't know. Sam says, thanks so much, man. $20 says, how do you know when the race to the bottom has begun? Not trying to blackpill, just prepare as best we can. Well, you should prepare anyways. You should prepare to take care of yourself and your family. You know, and I could give you a lot of suggestions on how to prepare, and a lot it's completely beyond me. I'm no prepper. The one thing that I think I've done well, I've done a lot wrong. I need to get better physical shape. I need to have a plan better if things go awry. But the one thing I've done right is I am in a community surrounded by people that really stick together. And I think that that's the best advice I could give people, to try to go into communities that are more ideologically aligned with you, or that be a church community that you could live amongst them more, or a state that's ran by people that are more affable to your circumstances, or a country that is, if you're not in the United States, whatever the case may be. But that's the best, that's the only advice I have. I'm not the type to sit here and tell you this is the foods you need to pack, and that's beyond me. And there are people that you could listen to that maybe say that stuff. But are we at the race to the bottom? Well, in some ways, yes, and in some ways, no. It could always, what is the bottom? I'm not blackpilled to that sense, where I think it's an inevitable doom. I'm not. There might be certain areas that are irreparably damaged, and it's only one way going south. That could be, but maybe not. And, you know, I'm lame. I quote the same shit all the time. I'll quote Steve Rinella from the show Meat Eater, a hunting show, and he says, I'm pessimistic with my mind, but optimistic with my feet, which means in your head, you're like, I don't think this is going to work out. But your actions keep moving you forward. You keep trying to do things that would lead to the best possible outcomes. So I'm not prepared to give up and say that, well, we're all doomed, so just, sit back or accelerate. I'm not saying that. I think there is cultural movements that we can have. There's political movements that we can have. But certainly you should plan for, well, what's it look like? What's the world look like 50 years from now when white people are a minority in every country in the world? And we have trained generations at that point, 3-4 generations of people to hate white people, or Christians, or conservatives, or men. I don't know. I don't know what happens then. It's bleak. I'll tell you that. It's very bleak. And in history, we can see what happens when this sort of stuff occurs. We are told to condemn countries of Western ancestry, whites. And in reality, despite the fact that no doubt there was heinous shit done by our ancestors and forefathers, by and large, they were better and more humane than almost every other civilization in history. Part of colonialization of Europe was places ended up better off. That's not what we'll be looking at. So, I don't know. You try your best to ensure those outcomes don't occur and that you're raising sort of points to prevent that from occurring. But so back to Nowak. If you missed the story, I'll recite it real quick. A Sikh who in the United Kingdom is allowed to carry ceremonial knives. He had a ceremonial knife, but also one that wasn't ceremonial, or at least wasn't the ones they're supposed to be allowed to carry. Kills or stabs 5 times, I believe, legs, torso area at some point, and face. Henry Nowak accuses him of racism. His brother calls the police, says that he's racist. Mother at least tries to hide the weapon. Police show up. They say, this dude's racist. The cops find Henry, who's like basically on the ground. And they handcuff him as he's saying, I've been stabbed, I can't breathe. And the cop says, I don't think you have, mate. And they drag him across the gravel. And he bleeds out and he dies. And now the actual police footage has been released. And it's outrageous. It really is. So tonight, people are fed up. There are people that are clashing with police tonight in Europe. And we talked about this a lot yesterday, but there's a lot to cover, the specific clips. What's basically shown is accusations of racism have become the most powerful force in the Western world. To be a racist is worse than to assault children in the most heinous of ways. To be a terrorist. To be a murderer. And of course, by racist, we mean only white people. There is no Sikh racist against Muslim. There's no Muslim racist against Sikh. There's no black racist against Asians. This is reserved for whites. That's when I say racism. That is the most unforgivable sin. You could have in the United Kingdom gangs of Pakistani Muslims for decades committing the most heinous crimes you could imagine against white girls. And it is a more serious crime to take to social media and voice your displeasure at that than to actually participate in those. Sure, courts may give you the individual that begrudgingly they give you a sentence because they have to, because they can no longer cover it up because it's been exposed. But as a culture, it is more heinous to call that out because that means you're a racist. That's what that means. And we see the same in other Western countries. And it's not as bad in the United States, but getting there. And that's the plan. They already censor people. Over 13,000 people a year arrested in the United Kingdom for hate posts online, the vast majority of which are probably those that are criticizing migrants. And so when every part of the culture, the police training, the judges, the politicians, the actors, the musicians, everything in culture beats this same drum, is it any surprise that when police show up and they see a white man who looks severely injured on the ground, and they look up and they see a Sikh and the Sikh goes, hey, he was racist, that they're like, sounds good to us. Sure. Why not? And that's where we're at. This is the predictable place that the system has led. We talked about cases yesterday. The person in, I believe it was in Oregon, that was stabbed on a train tracks, or waiting for a train or something, by a black man. And after he got stabbed, he apparently used a racial slur. Jury says not guilty. He was right to stab you because he knew you'd be the type of person to say a racial slur. Apparently is the logic. A litany of cases we could see over and over again. Black criminals in the United States are left out because, it's so traumatic being black, and the bail system is racist against blacks and blah, blah, blah. And so over and over again, we leave these recidivist criminals that have been arrested 20, 30, 40 times back on the street to commit an act of violence. Same's occurring in the rest of the Western world as well. And when you notice, you're a racist. You're not allowed to notice. You're not. Now, the real motivation is the people that force this on you, one, want power, and second, think you're evil. You deserve it. Go ahead. Listen, when you talk to a lot of these racial scholars, scratch the surface a little and you'll see they're like, good, you deserve it for the sins of your forefathers. That's the truth. Yes, the murderer was sentenced. Mandatory life in prison as a maximum. However, the minimums are what's different. And I will hopefully play you a clip. We'll see if I can find this clip about the minimum. I was listening earlier. I don't know if I saved this. I probably didn't. Yeah, I did. So let's start there. There's a lot of videos and commentary to look through. So let's just jump in. Here we go. This is on GB News. Now, they're going to explain the sentencing process here. It's a little different in the United Kingdom. I'll leave this gentleman explain it.
In murder cases, we have what everyone gets a life sentence of imprisonment if they're convicted of murder. That's mandatory. What changes is what's called the tariff. That's the amount of years that has been set by the sentencing judge within that sentence. And that can range right through from 15 years up to a whole life sentence. There are 4 different grades. It starts at the...
Now, just in case you're not following, you get life. But the minimum's what's important. So when could you be let out? He says there's 4 tiers. 15 years, 20 years, like 30 years, and life. And so they have categories where a judge will say, okay, you fit into this category. Then, once he decides which of those 4 categories you fit in, he decides if there are enhancers, things that are worse to add some years on, right? So he's going to explain to you, allegedly, how the judge came to the conclusion of the minimum that he offered.
Very top with a whole life sentence, which literally means you spend the rest of your life in prison. That's reserved for mass murder, serial murders, really exceptional cases. Then you go down a grade to 30 years starting point at the tariff. That is reserved for cases where people have been murdered by the use of a gun, for example, or a bomb, or a terrorist atrocity. Then you have 25 years when people have taken a knife to the scene with a view to using it, and then 15 years at the base level. The judge in this case, in Henry's case, appears to have, according to Nigel Farage, he has started at the 15-year base level.
So he started at the lowest possible level.
Started at the lowest level.
Why?
And then aggravated that up.
Now, notice what he said was, normally, if you intentionally brought a knife, that would be 25 years, would be the minimum. You would be in that tier. So why did he start at the minimum of 15? Well, here we go.
Well, to quote Nigel Farage's letter to the Attorney General, he said, in this case, the judge ruled in his remarks that as a Sikh, Didwa had a good legal reason for having the dagger when you met Henry.
So, to interject, Sir Michael Ennis, quite clearly, the claim, if this is going to stand up, is that the killer benefited specifically from the carrying of a Sikh ceremonial knife, which began his tariff at the lowest possible point. That would sound like two-tiered justice.
That is the claim that Nigel Farage is making.
That does sound like two-tiered justice because it is two-tiered justice. These particular groups of people, this particular minority, absolutely gets not only to wield a knife, but if they stab you with it, they will automatically, no matter how heinous the stabbing, be placed in the lowest minimum of time served necessary because they had a right to have that knife. Now, think of the insanity of this. Literally, he received 10 less years than he otherwise would have because he's Sikh. As a matter of official policy. Now, what's hilarious is the knife that was used, we're told over and over again, wasn't even the Sikh ceremonial dagger. So a lot of the people that are like, oh, this is racist. How dare you suggest saying Sikhs no longer be allowed to use these or wear these daggers, blah, blah, blah. It's part of their religion. This knife is not the ceremonial dagger, but this is the murder weapon. So this isn't even the knife that the Sikhs are allowed to legally carry. And yet, a judge said, well, given that they are legally allowed to carry a knife, it doesn't matter that this particular knife was illegal. He still had reason to have it. So 10 less years. I believe he's been given 21 years. If you watch the rest of the clip, he was started at the base of 15, and then there were certain enhancers that were put on that raised it to like 23 years, and then they took a couple years off for him being young. So he's left with 21 or 22 years that he must serve at minimum. Yeah, Gigi nails it. The Solzhenitsyn quote. For the thief to have a knife was just mere misunderstanding, but for you to have the knife was terrorism. Now, this is going to go to a panel to review, etc., etc. Make no mistake, if this was a white man with a knife, if the exact situation occurred with the opposite races as victim as perpetrator, there would be no debate. There would be no panel necessary. 25 years start, plus enhancers. Dude would have got over 30 years easily. Now, do I have a problem with Sikhs carrying knives? Well, not really, but I'm an American. Should be allowed to carry a fucking gun. What I have a problem with is the idea that certain people are allowed to carry weapons based on their minority status or their religion, and others are not. And the law says it's okay for you to do this, but not you. I had read that there was a case recently of a woman being charged for having mace. So women that are fearful, in large part probably to migrant men, aren't allowed to carry a device to protect themselves, but Sikhs can carry daggers. The next thing I want to deal with, so someone asked, so that's why we started with that. There is this argument, which I find one of the most reprehensible, heinous arguments imaginable, and it gets my blood boiling so fucking high. So I'm going to try, because my son's downstairs sleeping, to keep it a little cool here. But Henry Nowak's father released a statement, and it's the same statement that you hear made so many times. We don't want this politicized. We want this to bring people together and not cause division. And in unison, every piece of shit lefty, particularly in the United Kingdom, repeats that and says, well, that's why we can't make it political. Every single left-winger that's saying that, in the United Kingdom, that's involved in politics at least, or involved in the media, that's of a reasonable age, every single one of them politicized George Floyd's death. Every single one of them. Let me just give you one example. This is a great British woman here, Tanmajit Singh Desi, Labour MP. Strong British name, right? Let's see what her feelings are on what we should talk about given this situation.
We would all expect.
Manjeet Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am deeply saddened by the murder of Henry Nowak, and my heartfelt condolences to his family, whose pain was made all the worse by the police wrongly.
I'm so sorry. This is her reposting what Tanmajit, no, this is him. I'm sorry.
Handcuffing Henry, believing the lies of the violent murderer. And that stripped Henry of his dignity in his agonizing final moments, something which should never happen again. But also, Mr. Speaker, what's very galling.
But let me tell you who the real victims are. Not the white kid that was killed, who, because he was accused of being racist, police believed his murderer and drug him to his death instead of giving him aid because he's white. That's not the real victim. Who do you think the real victim is?
Is that the likes of Reform, Restore, and the far right decided to politicize people's pain, attacking the Sikh community.
Politicize it.
For wearing the kirpan and wanting it banned, even though the kirpan was not used in this violent attack. And they've decided to scapegoat and throw under the bus an entire community based on the actions of one violent murderer. And let me also give them a history.
Yes, it's the minorities. They're the victims here.
You're meant to be going through the chair, not across the chamber.
Let it not be said that we see them and we will stand up to them. And let me also give a short history lesson. Hundreds of thousands of Sikh soldiers bravely fought alongside British soldiers during both World Wars. Tens of thousands made the ultimate sacrifice, proudly wearing their turban and their kirpan. So what reassurance...
So what? How many white people made that sacrifice proudly wearing their gun? They allowed to walk around with it?
Can my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, give to the Sikh community, which is both horrified and ashamed at this brutal murder, and they are fearful of their right to freely and peacefully practice their faith?
Yes, they should be allowed to have that knife, right? And here we shouldn't be. It's criminal that we're politicizing this. It's disgusting. How could anyone politicize a tragedy like that? Tell him, Tanmajit Singh Desi. Tell him. Of course, they had a different tune. When a black teenager was murdered, here is Labour's statement that he's part of. So I want this report to serve as a watershed in our attitudes to racism. I want it to act as a catalyst to permanent and irrevocable change, not just across our public service, but across the whole of society. This report does not place responsibility on someone else. It places responsibility on each one of us. Wait a minute. I thought we didn't politicize. This is just one person. Go find what Keir Starmer was saying after George Floyd versus what he's saying now. And so many of them hide behind, well, the father said they don't want us to politicize this. Go fuck yourself. Okay, let's play this out. So if George Floyd's parents came out and said, hey, let's not politicize this, everyone in Black Lives Matter would have tipped their cap and said, absolutely, we'll go be quiet. Does anyone believe that? If Novak's father would have came out and said, you're damn right, politicize it, would they have said, oh, fair enough, now we can? So because one parent said, hey, I just want to grieve, I don't want to think about this, we can't talk about the political ramifications of that. But because George Floyd's family decided to go the other way, oh, okay. Fuck you. It's very simple. Here, let me, it sounds confusing. When are we allowed to politicize a murder? When are we allowed to politicize police behaving in egregious ways? Let me sum it up for you. If it's a minority, not only are you allowed, you're morally obligated to make it political. If it's a white person killed, how fucking dare you say that this is anything other than a tragic incident? There. Sums it up. Left's allowed to politicize any police interaction or death they want. Right is never allowed to do so. Simple. I got more to find for you here. One second. The shameful leader, PM, right now, it's Keir Starmer. His party just suffered one of the most historic defeats in modern elections. Here's Keir Starmer when George Floyd was killed. Took a knee. Is he taking a knee today? Remember, this is the leader of the United Kingdom. He was a politician, an MP, I believe, when George Floyd was killed. A career criminal, high on fentanyl, that died in the United States, across an ocean. Almost every major outlet in the media in the United Kingdom incessantly covered George Floyd, as was the case all throughout Europe and other countries. Politicians, particularly labor, incessantly talked about George Floyd and how it proved racism. By the way, has anyone ever presented one piece of evidence that George Floyd's race had anything to do with that situation? One. Here we have that race was a deciding factor. He's racist. He said racist shit. We have actual police policies, which I'm going to get to, that speak to the difference, how to treat people differently based on their race. None of that in the George Floyd case. And that didn't stop people around the world, politicians like Keir Starmer, from politicizing that. Something that happened in a country that wasn't his, when his police are involved in the mistreatment and ultimately end up leading to the death of a white man in his country. Crickets. Here is Starmer's comments under George Floyd.
Like you, I was shocked and angered at the killing of George Floyd and the response of President Trump and the US authorities to the peaceful protests, to people rightly demanding justice, has been an affront to humanity. The last week has shone a spotlight on the racism, discrimination, and injustice experienced by those from black and minority ethnic communities in the US, in the UK, and across the world. Martin Luther King said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." That's why today I've written to the Prime Minister asking for his assurance that the British government is doing all that it can to urge President Trump to respect human rights and the fundamental democratic right to peaceful protest. And this week, Labour has called on the UK government to ensure that our exports are not being used in the suppression of democratic rights in the US. But we must also reflect on the injustices in our own country.
Powerful, powerful words. So you just know that Keir Starmer, now that this happened in his own country, you know, right? You absolutely know that he's going to be like, this is a big deal. We have to fight this systemic oppression. This is disgusting. We need to talk about these things, right? Here's Starmer. Today.
I think Nigel Farage's reaction is the wrong reaction. And I start my answer to your question through the eyes of the family. They have said they do not want this whipped up. They have been through the most extraordinary, awful experience. They don't want this whipped up. And Nigel Farage is completely wrong to use this to try and create division. He would be wrong in any circumstances. But when Henry's family are saying, please don't do that, it's our son, then really, as politicians, as human beings, we should start where they start. And that's where I start.
His fucking policies and cultural change that he represents led to this fucking situation. And then he has the balls to act like, I'm just doing what the family wanted. That's why we can't talk about it. To hide behind that after what they did with the politicization of George Floyd is fucking grotesque. It's infuriating. But hey, at least they're getting to the bottom of it, right? They're going to make sure, they're big on knife crime, so they're going to make sure, at least they're going to close that loophole, right? Keir Starmer says he won't remove the exemption which allows Sikhs to carry large ceremonial knives on them. Nice! And this same situation is occurring over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Did you hear him say, did you hear him say about Trump and cracking down on free speech and the human rights? People have a right to be angry. They have a right to protest, right? And it was appalling that Trump was cracking down on the mostly peaceful protest, right? That was appalling. Even when fires raged, it was peaceful, remember? It's appalling. We need to make sure that none of our UK shit's being sent over there so that Trump could do that. In the UK, people have the right to peacefully protest without law enforcement cracking skulls. That doesn't happen.
Come on! Fucking have him! Who's that guy in the suit?
Yeah, fucking step I don't know.
He's come back 100 years ago, geezer! Fucking hell! Yeah. He's come to show you how it's done! I fucking like him! No, geezer!
sending his stormtroopers out to attack the peaceful protesters. Trump should issue a statement right now. We must make sure that nothing we're sending over to the United Kingdom is being used by the tyrants, Keir Starmer and his administration, to abuse those participating in peaceful protest against the racial animus. That's different. Now it's different. Wow, these people were getting out of control. Our police had the right to do it. But that wasn't the case, right? That wasn't the case in the United States under George Floyd. We had to stay locked down under COVID while Black Lives Matter went out and rioted with impunity. And if Trump suggested that we send in the National Guard or something because these riots, which were causing billions of dollars that resulted in dozens of people dying, that we tried to prevent it, that was authoritarianism. But when the left-wing police are smashing your face with a shield, a riot shield, that's love. That's love, baby. And videos like that are all around tonight. As these protests. Here's another. Here they isolated a guy and they're beating the shit out of him. This is Keir Starmer's tyrants. His own country. Not across the pond. Now's the time. Now we don't need the virtue signal. Show us through leadership. See this crowd here to the right of the light pole? Look at them beating that guy. Look, their knees on his head. Where have we seen that moved before? Huh, a knee on the back of the neck? Well, I'll be. I thought that was murder. Or attempted murder. That's interesting. And yet, here we are. Gonna see riots? White people gonna riot over this?
They got one. They're pinning someone down over there.
I'll tell you what, he's doing it like on fire.
Oi, they're gonna fucking kill that geezer in a minute.
Anyways, tell us more, Keir Starmer, about that evil Donald Trump cracking down on protesters. Nothing these fucking lefties say is the truth. They're interested only in power. They're interested only in the perceived groups that they have an affinity for being allowed to do whatever the fuck they want against you and your groups because you're evil. They'll beat the shit out of you while looking at you and saying it's your fault that you made them do it. Here was the British police reaction to George Floyd.
So they have all taken a knee. They've all taken a knee. They have all taken a knee.
This did not go unnoticed by people in Britain. The racial discrepancies didn't go unnoticed. So here is the protest today addressing the police.
On your knees! 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 On your fucking knees!
Now, just in case you're keeping score, British police got on their knees because a violent drug addict offender had a violent altercation with police and died in the United States. Even if you think he was killed, okay? So British police took a knee. But when British cops do even worse to a young white man as he's dying and being stabbed, as they proceed to pamper his murderer because, more racism, British police won't take a knee. Matt Walsh said this today. The 3 worst incidents of police brutality I've seen. Nowak, Henry Nowak, what we're talking about right here. A man by the name, I covered it on my channel once, did a whole video on it. YouTube removed it. So I can't show you the video. Look it up. A man by the name of Tony Timpa. He was an adult white man who had some problems with mental health. Almost the identical maneuver used against George Floyd with the knee on the back, as they literally are laughing at him. Laughing at him. Tony Timpa dies. None of the police ever face any legal consequences whatsoever. They laughed as they killed him. No riots. No consequences. Daniel Shaver, white man, hotel. Allegedly, he had a pellet gun at some point and was playing with friends or something in this hotel. Police get called. The man's bawling his eyes out as they tell him to crawl towards him on the floor. In the motion of crawling like this, they fucking execute the man. White man. No riots. No one gave a shit. Tony Timpa and Daniel Shaver occurred in the United States. It is enshrined in British law to have unequal treatment, or UK law, based on race. Here we have in the House of Commons, they discuss it today.
Thank the Home Secretary and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for ensuring the government came to the House today. The murder of Henry Nowak is devastating for his family. He was an innocent young man on the way home when he was brutally killed. Henry's family have suffered an unimaginable loss, and I know the thoughts of the whole House will be with them all. The evil murderer, Vikram Digwa, lied from start to finish, including a false allegation of racism. But on arriving at the scene, the police appeared more concerned with the accusation of racism, and even the possibility that Digwa himself was injured, than they were in helping Henry. Henry told the police he could not breathe 9 times. He told them he had been stabbed 4 times. The response from the officer, we've all heard, was to say, "I don't think you have, mate." Henry was handcuffed and dragged across the ground as he lay dying. Can you imagine what he must have felt as he cried out for help and was ignored, as the officers who should have worked to save him instead handcuffed him and inquired after the welfare of his killer, standing just inches away.
As the killer, probably the last words he heard, that Nowak heard, was the killer smearing him as a racist, and police taking the killer's side as they handcuffed him, all but ensuring his death. Yep.
Henry's dad, Mark, said this: "Henry did not die with dignity. He did not die with the care he deserved. He lost consciousness before anyone believed him." So we need the IOPC to urgently and transparently report into how it was the police attending were more concerned with the accusation of racism than they were in helping a dying man. Mr. Speaker, we cannot tolerate a situation where false allegations of racism by criminals are believed. We cannot allow the colour of someone's skin to be a consideration in how the police or other public services treat people.
Does anyone disagree with that? Does anyone disagree? The law should be applied evenly regardless of how you look. Content of character, not color of skin. I thought that was what everyone agreed upon, right? Doesn't sound like anything here is controversial yet.
And yet this has happened. Just recently, we learned that Valdo Calocane, who murdered 3 people in Nottingham, was not sectioned by mental health professionals because they thought there was, and I quote, an over-representation of young black males in mental health detention. The consequent failure to section Valdo Calocane, in part because he was black, led directly to the murder of 3 innocent people.
Well, this guy is unsafe and needs to be sectioned because of his mental health. Well, there's actually too many black people in mental health right now, so we're going to let him go, put him back out in the street. Oh, what's that? He murdered 3 people? Oh, well. Oh, well. Huh.
The head teacher of Axel Radicabana was accused of racist stereotyping when she described Radicabana as a threat to safety, and the risk assessment was watered down.
This guy's a risk. You can't say that. He's black. Okay, let's revise. We don't want to hurt the black man's feelings.
Radicabana, of course, went on to stab and murder 3 young girls at a Southport dance class.
Oh, well, small price to pay. Hey, those girls' lives weren't as worth as much as not wanting someone to say someone's racist. That's the real evil. Nothing's worse than that. Stack the bodies up if necessary. Just please don't call us racist. Please. That's the worst. Please, please don't. Girls groomed from a young age, whatever. Small price to pay to not be called racist.
But Mr. Speaker, this has not happened by accident. It is enshrined in the police's own policy documents. The police anti-racism commitment, published in March 2025 by the NPCC and the College of Policing, urges police forces to reverse engineer the same arrest rates between ethnic groups, even though the offending rates are different, by treating different ethnic groups differently. Let that sink in for a moment. An official police document actually says people should be treated differently based on the colour of their skin.
The idea is, well, for some reason, we're saying that minorities are committing more crimes than whites. So you might say, well, why is that? Can we try to investigate why that might be the cause? And they say, no, we know the cause, racism. It must be that the cops are racist. So to solve this problem, arrest less minorities and arrest more white people. Problem solved. Oh, and those dead bodies that are piling up there, never mind that. That wasn't the issue. Policing's not about keeping the community safe. It's about equity. Making sure that all the right boxes are checked. That we virtue signal evil white people. That's what policing's about, just like everything else in society. So, they have it in their official police handbook. We treat people differently based on the color of their skin. And we just accept it. The whole content of the character out the fucking window. I've talked about this in the United States. There is a specific law in California that was passed that says state can't have hiring practices or firing practices or anything that takes into account someone's race, their religion. Everybody, okay. It gets passed. Yeah, you can't say I'm not hiring you because you're black. The state can't do that in California. Excellent. Now they want to repeal it. Who? The Democrats. Because they do want to reward people and punish people based on race. They just want it inverted. Reward the black people, punish the whites. They want to be able to do it without having to come up with phony baloney bullshit. Actually, it just so happened that everyone we hired was black because they were all the most qualified. We didn't take race into consideration. Promise. They want to be able to just, you're fucking right, we did. And they don't want colorblind. They hate white people. That's what they want.
I've said before at this dispatch box at least twice that document should be withdrawn. The dangerous ideology of so-called anti-racism, allowing people to be treated differently based on race, must end. Extreme activists have hijacked the policy-making process, and this is where it has led. It has no place in policing, it has no place anywhere. So does the Home Secretary agree that the so-called police anti-racism commitment must urgently be withdrawn? It is morally wrong and it is dangerous as well. Police forces must focus on catching criminals and keeping the public safe. They must simply treat everyone exactly the same. I want to finish with Mark.
That's outrageous. Boo! Treat people the same? Now that was one. Here is specifically from Hampshire and the Isle of Wight, their race action plan from 2024 to 26. So another plan. This is Jim Crimmy, the poster review of it. He says, Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary published this race action plan covering 2024 to 2026. It is the operational document of the force that handcuffed Henry Nowak as he died. Read it carefully because every element of what happened on that Southampton street in December 2025 is visible in its priorities, its language, and its omissions. The plan states the force will pursue offenders and deal with offenses that cause the most harm to ethnic minority communities. Not all communities, ethnic minority communities specifically. The document that is supposed to govern equal policing contains within it an explicit hierarchy of whose harm the force prioritizes. Maybe that's why they didn't give a shit about the grooming gangs. Those are just white girls being assaulted. We're interested in crimes that harm the ethnic minority community. The plan commits to training officers on the history of policing minority ethnic communities to understand the trauma and feelings of the past. Job well done. They're allowing ethnic minority communities to stab white men. Officers are to be trained in the grievances of specific communities. They are not trained to treat every member of the public as an equal before the law, regardless of which community makes an accusation against them. The consequence of that training is documented on the body cam footage that the Prime Minister described as making him feel sick. That's exactly right. And this is what I said the other day. This is the logical conclusion to all of this anti-racism shit. Yes, the cops should be held accountable. But this is what the system, everything in their life, trained these cops for that moment. The police policies, the police training, the cultural movement, the politicians. White people are racist for complaining about minorities. Racism so bad, it's the worst. It's pernicious. Believe these minorities. They're noble people. White people are horrible and evil and racist, and that's the big problem. Ethnic minority communities have historic trauma that need to be treated with kid gloves. So when you show up to the scene and you look over and any normal person will go, oh my God, something looks wrong with this guy. We better check him out. The other guy goes, that guy's a racist. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah. Continues. The plan establishes a black and ethnic minority network called BEAM with scrutiny powers over the Chief Constable's Legitimacy Board. Yes, a specific black and ethnic minority group that gets to be involved in the official inquiries and criticism of the Chief Constable. A board community network defined by ethnicity has institutional oversight over the force's legitimacy decisions. The force that handcuffed Henry Nowak built that oversight structure into its own governance framework. The plan commits to making the force anti-discriminatory and to explaining or reforming any disproportionality. Disproportionality in policing is the term used when members of one community are stopped, searched, or arrested at higher rates than their population share. So in other words, if Sikhs make up 2% of the population, but they're 4% of arrest, wait a minute. That can't be. That must be because of racism. We need to do something. The entire framework of anti-racism training in British policing is built around reducing that disproportionality. The officers who arrested Henry Nowak and did not arrest his killer were acting within a framework designed to avoid exactly the kind of disproportionality that arresting a Sikh man on the word of a white victim may have produced. That's right. It'll be real hard to fix those numbers if we believe a white man who's been stabbed by a Sikh. Better to not risk it. Arrest the stabbing victim. After all, he's just white. No one will give a shit. Shabana Mahmood said that there must be no two-tier policing. This is the document that built it. It's the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary's own race action plan. It's publicly available. It was in force on December 4th, 2025. No one's investigating it. I don't know who this, I called him a bloke, geezer, we'll go with geezer, on LBC is, but he sums it up nicely.
You actually hear the young man saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Oh, that would be the same words as George Floyd in the US some years ago. And what happened then? Well, we had the future Prime Minister taking the knee. We had football players taking the knee. Do you think we'll see the same for this young white boy? No, me neither. Wonder why? Wonder why the police decided to take the story of the, I think he's 25-year-old Sikh male, over the dying 18-year-old white boy. Wonder why that was. When do you suppose the protest movement will start? When do you suppose Keir will take the knee proudly? And all the football players? Anytime soon? Don't hold your breath. You actually...
Pretty succinct. They don't give a shit. Go away. Get this guy's memory out. By the way, they're getting what they want. The humiliation, the blatantness of the two-tier, this is the next step. It's on purpose. They're rubbing it in your face because they want you to react so they can further crack down on you. But what are you supposed to do? Do nothing? Like they did when they rubbed it in your face with the grooming gangs? Or Charlie Kirk or Rena Zertusk in the United States? Heads they win, tails you lose. If you do nothing, they just keep going. If you finally have had enough and you start protesting, well, then no one's sure that there's someone that skirmishes somewhere so they could label you all hateful terrorist and racist. Either way, agenda achieved. Now, I believe the next guy you're going to see, the host, I believe is a sort of left-leaning person. Here they have a show similar to like C-SPAN where they'll have it like a call-in show. So let's hear what this caller's priority is. Now, spoiler alert, I can't tell you the ethnicity of the caller, but I have a guess. So let's see what this caller's primary concern is. Ready?
Well, my first concern is like, in this country, you're not allowed to discuss cases, are you? So the news, the media will shut down any trial. They won't report much, until there's a conviction. Yeah. I only heard about the details of this case once there was a conviction. I think I heard about the rest, but I didn't hear anything as the case was unfolding, what had been reported in court. But what has emerged since, I find a little bit worrying in the sense that there was no witnesses to what happened. And the CPS say that Dingwa was lying on the accusation, or his accusation, that he was attacked first and it's a racially motivated attack. I'm thinking, first of all, if there's no witnesses, and, how can they say that he was lying, that he was attacked?
Maybe he was attacked with racism before he murdered this guy. That's my concern, says this guy. What if he was? What if Nowak was racist? Well, then that changes things, right? Just listen to this.
At first, fights don't just happen, do they? I'm not excusing what he's done. If he's guilty, if he's the one who started
sorry,
it,
Shahid, that is why we have a legal system in this country for a judge who has all of the evidence at his disposal to make that call. Respectfully,
But
Shahid.
surely this went to a jury, didn't it? This went to where I think he's hung himself. I don't want to get too dark because I'm not going to make. Where I think he hung himself is his dodgy actions afterwards, like trying to cover up his filming,
giving it to his mum as
stuff
well.
like that.
Yeah.
Well, the real thing is he tried to hide the weapon and he lied to police. Other than that, you know, the murder, it's like the old Norm Macdonald joke. You know? The worst part's the hypocrisy. No, I think it's the murder.
Yeah, but I'm suspicious. I would not be surprised years later this comes out as an unsafe conviction.
Years later, this will come out that it's not a good conviction because this guy was racist.
We can't believe this. We've just heard in court today, and your instant reaction is to go, "Oh, I wonder if he actually did do something wrong." He's dead,
Right,
Shahid.
hold on. If there's no witnesses to the actual fight,
Then you rely on a judge and the legal system.
The jury, you mean?
Well, the jury, but also the judge to make that.
Okay, but bear in mind, LBC haven't mentioned this. There's 2 cuts to the back of the legs. You don't see cuts to the back of the legs from, if you're a police officer and you turn up, you're not psychic. Dingwall's the one who called him. You don't see cuts to the back of the legs, like, that won't be visible. One was to the jaw, apparently.
So now he's like, well, you know, how could the cops have known?
He's trying to get away. He's probably trying to get away, Shahid. We heard that he climbed over. No, you can't just say that. He climbed over a fence and left a trail of blood, if you must know, as we heard in court today.
I've not read that. Like I said, this is.
I don't know anything about it. I just assumed this piece of shit was probably racist. So fuck him. But I haven't looked at the details. I know I'm a minority. And fuck racists, so yeah, minorities should be allowed to kill racists. That's all I know. I'm tribal. I'm sticking with my tribe.
Patchy information. Whoever you go to,
it's all there in black and white.
Where? You tell me and I'll look it up.
Well, in the court documents.
And where do I get? You think that's a transparent? Like, they're closed. They don't have cameras in, do they? But
I'm reading this from the Guardian and the Telegraph and the Times. It's not particularly difficult to find.
I tend to read the Guardian quite, but let me just move on to the other thing.
Right.
What I think is going on in general. You remember Lucy Connolly? You know, she openly called for hotels to be burnt down, and she didn't care if she's called. And what people reacted to was very defensive, very shirty. Oh, we don't care. Just accept it as hurty words. She should not be jailed. Well, my general concern here is that, and I don't support Dingwall. If he's the aggressor, I do not support him, no way. But what's coming across to me is if somebody's racist, it's like, doesn't matter. Don't complain. You've got no rights. Allow that.
You know, I don't support this guy, but to me, what this signifies, if someone's racist to me, I'm not allowed to stab them, so I have no rights. How do you live with people like this? This man truly would feel it's his right to stab you if he feels you're racist. Otherwise, his rights are being taken away. What can he do? He has the right for you to not appear racist to him. That's his right. Do you have that right, by the way? Do you have the right, if you're white, to not think he's racist? No, fuck you. Racism only goes one way.
To be racist, or now don't believe them. That is what's coming across in this case, and that Lucy Connolly. It doesn't matter if somebody's racist or not. Either don't believe them. They're playing the race card.
Lucy Connolly was sentenced.
I've got that concern here. Yeah, because she pled guilty. But the reaction is, it doesn't matter. Or now disbelieve them. That is where this thing is going. Like I said, I won't support Dingwall. No way. What I'm just concerned about is there's no witnesses. How can you be so sure that he was lying?
Well,
There could have been a struggle between them. Right? It could have been.
Judge William Mosley, the KC, said that Dingwa murdered Nowak because he believed he'd been disrespected by him, asked him if he was a bad man, probably because he'd seen the large dagger. The judge said, I'm sure Henry said nothing racist. You're the only person to make that claim. Let me finish. Hold on, let me finish.
I'm not justifying it.
Hold on, let me just say this last bit. And it's completely at odds with his previous character. So you can't just decide from that, well, he might have been racist. The judge has made the point that what do you mean?
You're talking to somebody of Pakistani heritage who's had loads of racism.
I'm not doubting that, Shahid.
Well, I've had people be racist to me. So I assume this guy's telling the truth and had the right to murder that guy. When these people are the majority in the country and your grandchildren are dealing with it, that's going to be the mentality. And it will be backed up by cultural and political power. They're not going to play this game of, we're trying to be egalitarian and diversity is our strength. They're going to say, we stick together. Fuck you people. That's what they're going to say. It is rare that you have people that say, we're interested in the truth. We're interested in treating everyone as equals. That's not common in the history of people. People are more tribal. And that's what's coming. And that's sadly what the United Kingdom's going to find out the hard way. If I lived in the United Kingdom, would keep pushing for positive incremental change, but it may be too late. It may be. 50% of whites will shame the other 50% if they try to collectivize and push for their own well-being and rights. They'll say they're racist. And the U.S. as well. This is Zia Yusuf of Nigel Farage's Reform Party. He calls into BBC Radio. What do you think the BBC Radio's take on all this is? What do you think? Oh, man. Again, it's the Norm Macdonald. His joke. What I fear most, said Norm, is that an Islamic terror group will get their hands on a dirty bomb and unleash it over a major American city, killing millions of people. And I fear then the reaction that people will have against Muslims. Yes, yes. Says all. Yeah, that would be tragic. That would be the bad thing. The BBC's take on this is, how dare Nigel Farage politicize this? So they bring on someone from Farage's party. Here's how this goes.
How do you respond to that comment from Stephen Roberts that what Nigel Farage has said is shameful and that he's jumping to judgments? It's despicable.
Well, I'm absolutely stunned and disgusted by this entire segment. The BBC, you began this entire segment by saying that the police, quote, did not know that poor Henry had been stabbed. How can you say that when you have obviously watched the footage?
I didn't actually say that. I said they didn't know he was dying. Do you think they did know?
So they did know he was stabbed. Notice how she equivocates there. I didn't say they didn't know he was stabbed. I said they didn't know he was dying. Okay, are you saying that they knew he was stabbed then? Is that your claim? Arguing for the sake of arguing because this isn't an impartial journalist. This is someone with an agenda. That's why they're arguing over this point that's nothing.
He was dying.
So given Henry had repeatedly said, I have been stabbed, to the degree the police did not know he was dying, it was because they actively chose not to know. And that is abundantly clear from watching the footage. And now to talk about how politicians like Nigel rightly raging and railing against all of this is somehow, making points that should not be made after a tragedy. I'm speaking on the BBC. After George Floyd, we heard nothing other than George Floyd.
Did you hear? Listen. Don't bring up how we're hypocrites.
Somehow, making points that should not be made after a tragedy. I'm speaking on the BBC. After George Floyd, we heard nothing.
Come on. Don't point out how we have a double standard and we're hypocrites. Don't point that out. Here we go, holding us to the same standard that we want to hold you to. Don't you know we're good people and you're evil?
Other than George Floyd, segment after segment, you ran bite-sized specials indoctrinating children. You launched a £100 million diversity fund to structurally embed the discrimination against white people into your recruitment.
But hold on one second.
Okay, but don't bring that up, please. That's whataboutism.
Hold on one second.
Create a £100 million
Mr. Yusuf,
fund,
hold on one second.
Recognizing this tragedy, because what I'm hearing, I'm afraid, is yet more of the anti-white racism that we have become used to from the BBC.
Mr. Yusuf, hold on. Let's take this slowly through what we know happened. The first thing we know is that there appears to have been mistaken policing.
So notice she doesn't say, yeah, you're right, or no, let me defend the BBC. No, let's just get away from that. Okay, it's a mistake. That's what happened. It's a mistake.
Now, and errors that happened at the time, which the IOPC is going to look at. Now, there is a second thing on top of that, which Reform UK is alleging, which is that is as a result of racism. And what it would be good to know is, on what are you basing that?
Now, do you think they asked that question about George Floyd? When the BBC was running nightly segments about a man in the United States that died being detained by law enforcement, do you think they said, wait a minute, all this shit, Black Lives Matter shit, where's there any proof that this had anything to do with race? Did they say that? But no, they jump right on it here. We need the proof. One, we have the policing policies that show that this is enshrined in law to have a double standard. Second, we know that the killer himself and his family called it in and said that their motivation for this was racism. Third, we can see the overwhelming circumstantial evidence that shows that the police saw that Nowak was more the person that looked like he was a victim and was injured, and they ignored it instead to talk about the accusations of racism. It's right there. It's right in front of you. The same people that bought Hook, Line, and Sinker, the BLM. George Floyd was killed because he was a black man who didn't ask one fucking question about it and covered it over and over and over. They're like, we'd like to see your proof. Just because it's the policies to have these sort of racial policies, etc. We'd like to see 100%. Unless they admit we did this because we're racist against white people. We just don't see it. We don't see it.
How do you know that it wasn't just a terrible mistake by the police?
Well, how do we know? Well, firstly, we've heard the call that was made to the police by the murderer's brother, and that man claimed that poor Henry had been racist to him. Then when the police turned up, they arrested Henry as he was bleeding to death, and the last thing Henry heard on this earth were his rights being read to him, having been arrested. And to answer your question directly as to how we know that structural racism, anti-white racism inside Hampshire Police is responsible, go and look at their website. The Hampshire Police boast about their, quote, race action plan that was created as a direct result. It literally cites...
Please don't bring that up, directly answering. Let me intervene as soon as you mention it. It's directly in their policing policies. Mr. Yusuf, come on now. Evidence, bringing evidence, we don't care for that.
George Floyd, and what it does is train police officers to react in the way that they did, because what it does is say you must treat accusations of racism demonstrably as a result of this. The accusation is taken more seriously than the accusation of murder. And I think any reasonable person watching this footage or listening to this program would agree with that.
Let's play you somebody who's obviously very close to this, Henry Nowak's father, Mark. This is what he said.
Now, here you go. Just to be clear, she's going to make the same argument. This is the motif. Because the father of the murdered man said, I don't want it politicized, we all need to shut up now. George Floyd's father said, take it to the streets. So we all had to take it to the streets. Do you see the fucking insane grotesqueness of this? And I'd like to go on record to say this. If I'm murdered in circumstances similar to this, I don't care what my wife or my parents or anyone else says, politicize the shit out of it. In every country in the world, you go ahead and politicize it. That's straight from my fucking mouth. These motherfuckers.
Outside court yesterday.
We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension. We want his story to make our streets safer for everyone.
He also went on.
As the case C for the prosecution summed up in court, this is not a case about Sikhism. This is not a case about racism. This is a case about murder.
Zia Henry's father saying this is not a case about racism.
So we can't
But
talk
my heart goes out to him and to the whole family. And I could not agree more that what we need is equality before the law. And what this is about, evidently, and again, this isn't just my view. I think the level of anger, quite rightly, in this country is significant as people watch this footage. And I put it to you again. I mean, even just hearing the last exchange that you just had there, where, you know, he insulted Nigel Farage. Look, the reality is that when the police turned up, Henry said repeatedly that he had been stabbed and said, I cannot breathe. And yet the police went on to arrest him. What that means is the accusation from an ethnic minority about racism was taken as read with no burden of proof. Whereas the accusation of this person has stabbed me from a white man was suddenly there was a burden of proof for that.
What
That
do you
is
think
endemic
needs
in
to
this
happen?
entire discussion. And that
What
is
do
the
you-
exact
No,
point that we are
what do you-
making.
what do you
It is
think-
a direct result of the
What do
way
you
police
think-
are trained these
what do you
days.
think needs
I've
to
seen
happen?
many serving police officers, and they tell me all the time, it is absolutely true. The thing that is career-ending for them is being accused of racism. And the Hampshire Police, people can go look it up online. It's up on their website, the Hampshire Police Race Action Plan. Go and read that, and what you saw in that devastating footage, I'm afraid, will make sense.
What do you think needs to happen now? Because Nigel Farage has talked about people should be angry.
But we need a whole host of things to happen. So number one, straight off the bat, we can take away religious exemptions for anybody in this country who is not law enforcement to carry deadly weapons around. So that one, straightforward, we've already committed to that. Number two, we will be announcing a raft of new measures to remove all of this, quote, anti-racism, which effectively creates racism against white people from policing in this country. We need one law for everybody. And the fact we can never again live in a country, and we must not live in a country, where the accusation of racism is taken more seriously than the accusation of brutal murder.
Kemi Badenoch has reacted to what Reform UK has saying, accusing Nigel Farage of grandstanding, reinforcing the difference, and warning about the dangers of to
than the accusation of brutal murder.
Kemi
Badenoch. Let's say Badenoch. Leader of the Conservative Party. Okay? That's Kemi Badenoch. Let's see. I am so sorry about me coughing. What can I say? I know, I do sound like I'm smoking a bong. All right, let's listen to what Kemi Badenoch says. Ready?
Badenoch has reacted to what Reform UK has saying, accusing Nigel Farage of grandstanding, reinforcing the difference, and warning about the dangers of Reform UK's approach. What do you say to her?
I think she's a brazen hypocrite. The Tories spent 14 years, she and her party, creating this two-tier policing situation. And she went on TV today and condemned Nigel, saying that she doesn't want to hear that white lives matter and black lives matter, when after George Floyd, you can look it up, she said exactly the words, black lives matter. She was all in on that, on all of that nonsense. That's words.
Let's listen again.
White lives matter situation. And she went on TV today and condemned years.
Approach. What do you say to her?
I think she's a brazen hypocrite. The
I have found that she said, Kemi Badenoch, leader of the Conservative Party, said on June 7th, 2020, quote, Black lives, this is right after George Floyd, mind you, he was killed in May. Black lives do matter. And if we're truly tackle racism and improve the lives of black people in Britain and achieve true racial equality, we have to do so by moving beyond platitudes and stereotypes. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! But that was okay. That was okay. politicizing George Floyd in a different country was okay for Kemi Badenoch with the Tories over here, right? But damn that Farage for talking about this.
Of Reform UK's approach. What do you say to her?
I think she's a brazen hypocrite. The Tories spent 14 years, she and her party, creating this two-tier policing situation. And she went on TV today and condemned Nigel, saying that she doesn't want to hear that white lives matter and black lives matter, when after George Floyd, you can look it up, she said exactly the words, black lives matter. She was all in on that, on all of that nonsense. So the reality is, yes, of course, everyone should be equal before the law. That is our point. That is demonstrably not true. And the tragic, horrific events that resulted in Henry Nowak's murder are proof of that.
By the way, you want to see a picture of Kemi Badenoch? Wonder why she was saying Black Lives Matter? But you shouldn't be allowed to say White Lives Matter after this? Let's just see a photo, shall we? No. Kemi, say it ain't so. Oh, no. First generation migrant? No. Really? No. But it was different. It was different. Remember this guy that I showed you?
Of Henry Nowak, and my heartfelt condolences
Mr.
to his family.
Dhesi, remember him? Tanmajit Singh Dhesi. It's outrageous that they would do that. Here he was in July 2020. Black Lives Matter. I stand with black communities in the fight against racism. Both here in the UK and around the world, the shocking death of George Floyd in the US must be the catalyst for change. This means recognizing the deep hurt so that many black people in our country have spoken so powerfully about, and setting out steps for meaningful action against racism, inequality in our country. In people's interactions with police, in the criminal justice system, in our education systems, and across wider society. This is a powerful moment in our history, and the government must act. No! Wait a minute! But I thought we weren't supposed to politicize these deaths. No! Keir Starmer. Today at 11 a.m., Parliament held a minute's silence in memory of George Floyd. He must not become just another name. His death must be a catalyst for change. The Labour Party stands with those opposing racism and oppression in the UK and across the world. Shabana Mahmood. She's been out there. Farage is terrible. Many constituents have been in touch with me regarding protests across the United States after the murder of George Floyd. I share their anger at this unspeakable outrage. You can read my letter to my constituents here. Hashtag Black Lives Matter. Zia Yusuf. He didn't like that it's being politicized, Nowak's death. The murder of George Floyd forced us to hold a mirror to ourselves and confront the institutional and structural racism that exists in our own society. Justice for the family of George Floyd is a relief, but it does not absolve us of that responsibility. Black Lives Matter. Zara Sultana. All these fine British people, these fine Brits, right? She's upset about the politicization of Nowak. She says a year ago, George Floyd was murdered by a police officer. Had it not been filmed, and were it not for the anti-racist protest it ignited, that officer could still be patrolling the streets. Justice isn't handed to us. It must be demanded. And we will demand it until Black Lives Matter. Oh, those powerful Brits. Huh. Isn't that odd? White person killed like this. Well, you know, come on. It's a tragic accident. Move on. Black man killed in another nation. Oh my God, systemic racism. We must use this as catalyst for change in our country. Says a bunch of people that don't look very British, do they? I mentioned this yesterday. I no longer care about the accusation of racism at all. All it is a power dynamic. That's it. They don't give a shit. Everything they say is a fucking lie. Everything. It's performative. A bit of gallows humor here, but maybe the best thing that was said today on social media is this community note. Hampshire Police, the police department where this came from, originally had a post out yesterday or the day before, which they were forced to take down. So now, they're the victim. Here's what they say. We know there's been significant commentary following the sentencing of Vikram Dikwa yesterday afternoon, and we recognize the desire for answers about the police response that night. However, what we cannot accept is the significant spread of misinformation online by those intent on causing further fear and division by making threats to officers and sharing names that are simply not true. Well, there's a solution for that. Tell us the names of the officers. Then we won't have to worry about the wrong names getting out, right? They continue. A police officer unrelated to this case has been misidentified online and subject to death threats. The Independent Office of Police Conduct is continuing its independent investigation into our response on the night in question, following our self-referral the next day. While that progresses, we ask that people avoid harmful speculation online. Please don't ask questions of why we intentionally targeted a white guy and helped cause his death. The community note, which is an all-time banger, says, quote, there is no evidence available publicly to support the claim that a police officer has received death threats. Quote, I don't think he did, mate. That's exactly what the officer said to Nowak when he said, I've been stabbed. He said, I don't think you have, mate. So, I'm sorry. Our police officers are getting death threats? I don't think they have, mate. Good enough, right? It's good enough for the police to say that as they handcuff a murder victim. So, good enough, right? All of this is connected. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing a debate on court packing and shit. All of it's connected. Just naked power. That's all it is. They truly believe you're evil. They believe it. The people at the top, they might not know if you're evil or not, but they have indoctrinated their followers to think that you're truly evil, and therefore everything is on the table. Those police officers are true believers. They're true believers that were taking the knee for George Floyd. They're true believers that won't take it for Daniel Nowak. They're true believers that showed up and said, hey, mate, I don't think you were stabbed. What's up, my Sikh brother? They believe it. They've been indoctrinated. Everything in their life. When they're showing up with a smile on their face, we're here to look through your computer because you have a bad social media post. We're going to have to haul you in. They believe in what they're doing. They're not ashamed. They believe it. The Pakistani calling in? Well, wait a minute. What if that guy did say something racist? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Go ahead. Stab away. according to, quote, the paper out of the United Kingdom. Don't worry, police are on it. Quote, police tracking British far-right agitators over Nowak death riot fears. The murder of Henry Nowak is being treated by police as a trigger incident that has the potential to spark disorder and hate crime. Did they do that with George Floyd? No? Oh, okay. Amnesty International's weighed in. At least, they're non-political. They're just for the rights of victims. That's what Amnesty International is about. So surely they'll have a good statement. Statement on their commentary after the tragic murder of Henry Nowak. In response to political commentary that has followed the tragic murder of Henry Nowak, an Amnesty International UK spokesman said, quote, at a time when hate crimes are rising and violence and fear are becoming a daily reality of people of color and migrants, calls for cold, hard rage are completely reckless. Henry Nowak's murder is an awful tragedy, and his family have said, we do not want his death used to create further division, hatred, or tension. The very least politicians can do is respect. Please, it's up to us to politicize when we want. Please don't you all do it. Irresponsible narratives of two-tier policing seek to sow division and fly in the face of decades of evidence of institutional failure within policing and disparities faced by radicalized communities. It is fucking everywhere. It is everywhere. They infiltrate all of these positions, all of the government, all of academia. Then they put out papers that justify the racist actions that they have. They politicize everything that's seen as a slight against the groups that they have preference for. But as soon as a blatant, horrible thing happens the other way, they're like, how dare you politicize it? When I'm debating court packing tomorrow, the argument is quite nakedly, and this was the point Ryan Mullally was getting to. We're good people. We should be allowed to pack the court. We should be allowed to add new states. We should be allowed to end the filibuster. We should be allowed to do whatever the fuck we want because we're good people and you're shitty people. So fuck you. Right. Wasn't George Floyd's family basically saying, we're going to riot if this bitch isn't found guilty? I guess that's the only way you're going to be allowed to point out the racial disparities? If Novak's father comes out tomorrow and says, you know what, never mind, go riot. And then they'll say, whoo, now we can comment on this? Is that what we're supposed to believe? This guy, Aliquis Nova, says, please recall that UK authorities have a dedicated unit called RICU, whose sole occupation is intimidating the families of political sensitive murder victims to shut up and put out pre-written stuff like this. You simply cannot trust these sort of statements. And I'm sure that same place, the RICU, tells minorities, if it was a black person this happened to, tell them that you're tired of this racial hatred and blah, blah, blah. These are the stakes. When we have people pussyfooting around, vote Democrat. Go ahead. Yeah, that'll keep things. Do you see where we're at? Do you see the moment? Sorry, I'm just looking through a couple videos here. I saw someone posted, finally, the Norwegian media covered this story. Finally. Killed student with knife, sentenced to life in prison. Police handcuffed the victim before discovering the stab wounds. What do you notice here? If you didn't know the story and you looked at this, what's it look like? Looks like that's the killer, huh? Don't worry. I'm sure when Netflix makes the movie, it'll be an evil white man stabbing a Sikh. Sort of tangentially related. I saw this video today. It's decent, of Constantine Kissin talking about mass migration. I don't agree with everything he says here. It's focused primarily on the United Kingdom, but worth a watch. So let's watch some of it.
The Great British Delusion. As regular viewers will know, for several years now, I've been trying to persuade anyone who will listen that if you want to address the widely shared concern about the pace and scale of mass immigration, Britain's most salient political issue, it might be helpful to understand what's actually causing the problem in the first place. The conventional explanation of mass immigration among critical commentators is that woke ideologues in the civil service and the political halls of power believe that bringing more people into Britain is an unquestionable moral good. On the fringes of the right, some even murmur of the various theories of the so-called Great Replacement, which range in emphasis from elites bringing in compliant and desperate foreign workers to avoid providing good working conditions,
yes,
and fair wages to native workers, all the way through to Jews conspiring to replace white people with third-world immigration.
Probably some of that. What do you think, Rob, Alex? Jews. Now I'm good? Now I'm speaking the truth? Continue, Constantine.
Whatever the exact flavor this perspective comes in, the idea is that mass immigration is happening for primarily ideological reasons. Likewise, advocates of mass immigration believe that anti-immigration sentiment is also motivated by ideology.
Now, where we disagree, he's going to talk more about economic factors, to which I agree. But certainly, ideology has a part in it. How do I know? Because in the United States, for example, they get real pissed off when you try to bring migrants in from South Africa, even though they're less likely to be on government assistance, etc. Why? Because these are people that they're afraid are white, and they don't check off the boxes that they want that will give the Democrats power. Certainly, it is also about enshrining these. Why would they push so hard for these people to get the right to vote if it wasn't ideology? Why would they brag about demographic change and how that will enshrine the left getting power? That's a bad frame to freeze on poor Constantine there. I apologize for that. But he makes some good points here as well.
Hating immigrants or being racist, etc., rather than reality. What has been clear to me for some time, however, is that both of these claims are only partially true. Yes, some, as New Labour advisor Andrew Nether explained, wanted to, quote, rub the right's nose in diversity. Yes, many in Britain as a whole and in Westminster in particular think that immigration is an axiomatic moral good. The problem is, however, that this does not explain why a series of Conservative governments elected on increasingly vociferous promises to bring immigration down to the tens of thousands, continued to ramp it up.
It's certainly true, right? And the same in the United States. Republicans like the cheap labor, and that increases GDP, and that the donor class likes the cheap labor. Democrats like the demographic shift. Yes, that's true.
Facing the threat of Farage, who tore chunks out of the Tory vote year after year, they instead proceeded to set new immigration records, culminating in 2023 when net annual immigration exceeded 900,000. It's also true that some people don't like immigrants, but the idea that this motivates a significant portion of the opposition to mass immigration in a country like Britain is absurd. According to that infamous far-right anti-immigrant rag, The Guardian, British people are statistically some of the most welcoming towards immigrants in the world.
By the way, when you look at studies on racism, etc., the same's true of the United States. Countries around the world, including where many of these migrants are coming from, far more racist. It's on its face true. We just saw a clip of a Pakistani migrant to the United Kingdom saying, well, I'm concerned that that guy did say something racist, and then this charge will be overturned. You should be allowed to stab someone if they say something racist.
Simply, both sides are misunderstanding what's happening, often on purpose. My view is that much of the concern about immigration comes from two practical realities. First, mass immigration on this scale is necessarily displacing. I've only lived in Britain for 30 years, and no one can tell me that the country, and especially its major cities, have not been completely transformed in that time. Many of the people who live in London today are either unconcerned by or actively in favor of these changes. But that's partly because most of the people who were concerned have left these cities.
Right! Over 50% of the country was foreign-born, or the city's foreign-born. You leave. You're treated as hostile in the country that your great-great-great-great-grandparents were in the literal seat of power in that country. So you leave.
Now multiply across every city in the country and many of their suburbs. You don't have to dislike people to not want the area where generations of your family were born, lived, and died to become alien to you within the space of 2 decades. In that same time span, the British people have been getting poorer. As I keep saying over and over, Britain's GDP per capita is lower today than it was in 2007 before the great financial crisis.
Now, there was a viral clip that was going, or viral thing that was going around about a month ago. And it was, if you take the poorest, deep red South, redneck states, you know, the GDP there still massively surpasses average GDP in the United Kingdom. Turns out all those stupid rednecks are doing better off financially than the United Kingdom. Same's true of Canada. And the formerly great European powers that were the economic engine of the world continue to decline faster and faster. But don't blame immigration. Don't blame the disastrous left-wing policies. Nah, it must be Trump or something.
Ironically, this is also why parties of every stripe have brought in millions of people into the country. We don't evaluate economic performance on GDP per capita. Instead, we measure GDP itself and itself alone.
Which I talk about why I hate GDP as a metric. Why do I give a fuck about GDP? Why do I care? If we could bring in 500 million people to raise the GDP 2%, why does that matter to me, who now is more poor? I'm supposed to just hear they treat the United States, and in this case, the United Kingdom, like it's just an economic zone. Social cohesion doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you and your family that have been here for a long time are receiving opportunities and you're improving your own life. No, all that matter is how many widgets were made. More widgets. You're all displaceable economic gears. And if there's a gear in India that's better than you and cheaper to manufacture, get the fuck out. GDP up. Constantine's going to talk about that.
That is the equivalent of measuring how prosperous your household is without accounting for the number of people living in it. A household income of £100,000 per year is high by British standards at least, but what matters a lot more than that is how many people are in your household. A single person living on £100,000 is in a very different position to a family of 5 who are effectively getting 20 grand each.
Now, I want you to remember this because I'm going to show you something after this, but makes sense, right? $100,000 split one way, decent amount of money. $100,000 split 5 ways, far less money. Makes sense, but we don't do GDP per capita. We just say GDP.
Explanation for why Labour and the Tories let immigration run rampant was best summed up by legendary investor Charlie Munger when he said, "Show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome." If all you care about is the headline figure, why not hand a bedroom to your in-laws to top up your prosperity with their pension? When described like this, it sounds frankly insane. Yet that is precisely what our politicians are incentivized to do. They are judged on the country's total GDP. The easiest way to increase it when you're busy strangling your economy with net zero, high taxes and endless regulation? Bring in more bodies. This really isn't complicated to understand.
By the way, there are people that are advantaged by these net zero policies, people that are lobbying to the Greens, Labor, etc., or in the United States, the Democratic Party, like Solyndra, that are making money hand over fist, carbon credits and green energy and all this shit. Of course, it makes everyone poor. And now they're like, maybe climate change wasn't that big deal. Sorry, Europe, that we completely devastated your economy. Generational wealth displaced. But oh well, at least we feel like good people, right? And if you disagree, fuck it, you're racist.
So why do so many people in Britain who clearly feel the economic pain nonetheless refuse to see it? To see that mass immigration is an attempt by badly incentivized politicians to deceive them about what's actually happening. Instead, they cling to their support for mass immigration and the seductive but false idea that they are struggling because the rich aren't paying their fair share. A report last month, however, has opened my eyes to another reason, one I had never considered. It turns out many British people think that the decline in their living standards is personal to them, while the rest of Britain is somehow thriving. A big new poll and focus group studies conducted by Freshwater Strategy with the support of the John Templeton Foundation asked participants where they thought Britain stood economically compared to our main competitors. As David Frost put it in his excellent article, voters are living in a dream world. Specifically...
Now, do you understand what he's saying here? Everybody's struggling on average, but they all think it's just them. They think the country's doing fantastically because GDP's going up. So they assume it's just me and my family struggling. But what they don't realize is, no, GDP per capita is stagnant or going down in the whole country. So you're not the unique circumstance. You are the common story if you're feeling poor, because you are.
Nearly half of British voters think that we are as rich or richer than Switzerland. Over half think we're as rich or richer than Australia, Singapore, or Germany. And incredibly, over half of Brits think that our country is as rich as or richer than the United States. Imagine their shock when they were told the truth. We're 10% poorer than Germany, 20% poorer than Australia, 40% poorer than America and Singapore, and only half as rich as the Swiss. Not only are the voters unaware that mass immigration is a deceptive tool deployed by politicians to disguise our poverty, they don't even know we're poor in the first place. If you thought that Britain was a rich country instead of one that will soon be overtaken by Poland, but also experienced a continual fall in your living standards, would it not be logical to think that you're deliberately being screwed by the people who are thriving? The British economy...
That would be logical. That absolutely would be logical to say, wait a minute, why is it that all the blue-collar workers are being fucked? All the people that are here for years and years, whose ancestors lived here, are being fucked over, but migrants are getting a lot more money than where they came from, and wealthy politicians are getting a lot of money, and lobbyists.
Economy is not stagnant because we've produced too much of our own oil and gas. It's not struggling because taxes are too low. Our economic woes are not the product of insufficient regulation. But until the public makes the connection, the rapid rise of Zach Polanski and other redistribution enthusiasts is inevitable, even if it means more of the policies that made us poor in the first place. Our poverty is the direct result of net zero lunacy, welfarism, and chasing out anyone who wants to start a business and make it successful.
Socialist policies, radical left-wing policies, overregulation, wealth redistribution, etc., makes the country inhospitable to business interests. Same thing we'll see in the United States, except you'll see states. People are fleeing California for those same reasons, and inevitably, it will come. It might take a while, but it will come. the veneer will run off and you'll realize, uh-oh, you see it happen in places like Portland, in places like Seattle. Now you're going to see it in places like New York. In the country of the United Kingdom, these policies, which were even more left-wing with net zero and shit like that, think the equivalent of like the Green New Deal, well, it chased out businesses. They don't have big tech businesses. They don't have big manufacturing. But GDP up.
But it turns out many people don't realize that it's not them that's poor, it's the entire country. And if we don't persuade them otherwise, they'll vote for people who'll make things worse again and again. If you enjoy the...
Now, what he was saying there, we're bringing in all these people, they're getting more money, but the GDP per capita of the actual Brit that has lived there generationally, not increasing. Getting poorer, but GDP up. Foreign-born workers accounted for about 90% of new U.S. jobs created since COVID, according to BLS data. It's worse than that. 90% of the net gain of post-COVID jobs went to foreign-born workers. Of the remaining 10% of jobs that were created, white men got zero. Since COVID, white men have got 0% on average of the jobs created. 90% of the jobs have gone to foreign-born, and the 10% that were domestic went to women or minorities. Here's the stat. 0% or a negative net of the remaining 10% native-born job gains, which were 471 native-born jobs, went to white men. BLS does not publish direct nativity times race times sex crosstab, but white men, the BLS white category, seasonally adjusted for 20 plus years, employment stands at 61.7 million in March 2026, roughly flat to lower than February 2020 levels, pre-pandemic. White men are 28 to 29% of the U.S. population. So roughly 30% of the population's employment has literally stayed stagnant since February 2020. They lost jobs going into COVID starting in February 2020, and they still are at the exact same spot that they were then. 90% of the jobs went to foreign-born people. And Orrin McIntyre says, when you turn your country into an economic zone, this is what you get. Economic activity shows up in the GDP, line goes up. Who cares if none of the jobs go to Americans? Everyone is an American if they pay taxes and work hard, because America is just a creed. It's just an economic zone. That's all being an American is. All being a Brit is just you live in Britain. That's it. Let's say my son's T-ball team, right? My son's in T-ball. He's 5 years old. Now, they don't really keep track of who wins or loses at this level. But let's say they did. And let's say they go 500 for the year. They win half their games and lose half their games. And next year, I'm like, okay, son, let's work real hard. Let's practice and get better. Maybe we can make the playoffs if we practice real hard. And what they do is they say, hey, we got a plan. We just brought in a bunch of kids from Japan that are fucking excellent. And so your son's no longer on the team. Neither is any of his other teammates. But guess what? We're going to win the championship. Yay. We did it. Our team won. I'm not part of that team. I get no benefit. But hey, they won. That's all that matters, right? Who gives a shit at that point? I don't give a fuck if my kid's kicked off the team if the team wins. Because you brought in a bunch of ringers that weren't in the league. Great. Who gives a shit? So why am I supposed... What is my connection? If we bring in 50,000 H-1Bs from India and they make Microsoft an extra $10 billion that then goes into our GDP and we're like, look, GDP increased 2%. Why do I give a fuck? What does that benefit me at all? Why should anyone give a shit other than those Indians and that company and the investors that made a bunch of money? Why do the rest of us give a shit? That's what's happening in the United Kingdom. That's what's happening all around the Western world. The companies are pleased as shit. Cheap labor, great. Excellent. And meanwhile, you remember what Bernie Sanders was saying back in like 2015? Open borders are a Koch brother conspiracy for cheap labor. Now he's all about open borders. What happened? Constantine nails 80% of it, but he does downplay the demographic shift. That's why the Democrats are on board. That's how you sell the shit to the average blue hair college student that's super liberal, chanting from the river to the sea. But white people are bad. Let's displace them with people that will reliably vote Democrat. And they tell you you're a racist for knowing. And it's this grand conspiracy theory. That's what they tell you. Here's Chuck Schumer campaigning for the 2024 election.
The only way we're going to have a great future in America is if we welcome and embrace immigrants, the dreamers and all of them, because our ultimate goal is to help the dreamers, but get a path to citizenship for all 11 million or however many undocumented there are here.
But you're a racist if you say they want to give these people citizenship. They want to give them the right to vote. As we speak, they're rioting to stop deportations, wanting to give these people the same thing they told you. Promise, we won't do it. Promise. It's not about that. Here they go. Meanwhile, the people you're bringing in, they don't give a fuck about the history of the country. They don't give a fuck about you. In fact, they probably despise you. They care about their in-group tribal preference. They don't give a fuck about you. In fact, they hold you with contempt. Bring in some Indian CEO? Fuck it. Fire 4,000 Americans and bring in H-1Bs from India. Can you blame them? Honestly, can you blame them? If you're some dude from India and you're first generation, do you really give a fuck that much about old Jim Smith over there whose great-grandfather worked in the steel mills? And why would you give a shit? I can't even blame them. I don't give a fuck about that guy. I'm CEO now. I just want our company's stock to go up. I don't give a shit. How much is that American cost? Get the fuck rid of him. But what about the social cost to him and his family, his community? Why do I give a fuck? Bring in some Indian. I don't give a shit. I'm Indian. I care about the social cost to Indians more than I care about the social cost to Americans. I don't give a shit. Indian will work cheaper. India's from my country. I have connection to him. I want him and his family to do well. Fuck this dude. I agree with opposing immigration for electoral reasons. However, lump of labor argument in econ is false. I disagree with you. I don't think lump of labor argument in econ is false. it's time you realize the stakes. In one way, you could look at what happened to Charlie Kirk and see the stakes. They'll laugh at you. They'll laugh at you when they kill you. They'll smear you. The ones that won't laugh at you will smear you, like the New York Times did to Charlie Kirk immediately following his assassination. They'll attack your wife. They'll mock your fucking kids. They'll kill you for working at a healthcare company. Say you deserved it. They'll politicize anytime that someone in their in-preference group is harmed by police. But if it's someone in the group outside of their preference, fuck it. How dare you? You're racist for even attempting. If I had to give one suggestion that both we could do politically and with us in our individual lives, if I could give just one suggestion, it would be as follows. Stop giving a shit about people calling you racist at all. It means nothing. It means nothing to me. At all. I do not give a shit. At all. When someone calls me a racist, I translate it into my head as, I'm a piece of shit who's losing the argument and I hate white people. That's it. That's what the word means to me now. I don't give a shit. At all. And politically, we have to say, I don't give a fuck. Oh, are you enacting this because you don't like Hispanics, blah, 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 that's racist. Fuck you, deport. Fuck you. I don't care. Go have your little rally and fucking scream racism. See ya. Do not give a shit. Fuck you. These are the most racist motherfuckers in the world. They want police to treat accusations of racism over someone being stabbed to death. That's what they want. So when they call you a racist, all that really means is, how dare you push against my racial animus? Let's read some super chats, shall we? Ticker Tag Powers, $5 over on Rumble says, can someone show me a place I could buy a shirt or something with the depiction of Henry's hand in cuffs and blue gloves? Love what you're doing, Rob. Keep it up. Thank you, Tinker. I don't know where you could buy a shirt like that. I unfortunately don't. But it should be a symbolic image. It really should. But thank you for the kind words and the donation. Lavin, $10, thank you, says, just like with the Broncos QB Jackson Dart, I believe that's Giants QB, but there was more outrage over him announcing Trump at a rally than when a player gets in trouble for domestic abuse. Of course. Player after player on any of these U.S. professional sports could talk about how much they loved Obama or they love Biden or they love Kamala Harris. Wouldn't make a headline. Everyone would just say, okay, well, they're allowed to have a preference. But Jackson Dart introduces the president of the United States and it becomes a national scandal. Fuck them. Abby, $10 says, if you like the content and want to support Rob, consider sending in a dono. Thank you, Abby, for not just the dono, but the kind words. Thank you. She's right. Send in a donation if you like the content. The Crazy, $5 says, for the research I don't have to do. Thank you, Crazy. And then Copycat Dude says, Rob, have you thought about putting a gift button? I don't know what that is. Here we go. Yes, but you have no issue accusing anyone of criticizing Israel being anti-Semitic. It's just another... Show me where I've accused someone of being anti-Semitic. Show me. I say you're obsessed with Jews. Okay? You can say, sure I am. What do I give a fuck? The whole point of me saying is it's delusional. I'm not saying, oh, you're an immoral person, because I'm saying it's a delusion. But I'm not saying it as an insult to you. I'm in the sense that, like, oh my gosh, it's horrible that you have a dislike of Jews. In fact, quite to the opposite. What I see is so many of these people, the name-ems, oh, I'm not racist. Why? That's always the first thing. I'm not racist. Why? I'm saying you should be like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Call me racist. What do I give a fuck? Yesterday's a prime example of it. Over and over and over, there's certain people in the chat that are like, what are we even talking about? We're talking about Nowak yesterday. Jews, Sikh stabs, white kid, Jews. It's Jews' fault. And you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's the Jews. That's what you understand. It's the Jews. And the per capita thing, that's the Jews. And the other thing, that's the Jews. And I'm like, I think this is fucking, it's delusional. You think it's everything. Oh, yeah, copycat dude. I didn't know anything about that. I really didn't. But if I were you all, I would say, what do I give a fuck if you say I'm anti-Semitic? So what? It means nothing to me. That's what I would say. I'm not saying it is oh my God, it's immoral. I'm just saying it is like, I think you're wrong. I think you're delusional, and it gets oh so tiresome. It'd be like this. If I'm doing this debate tomorrow with Pisco, and Pisco's like, hey, sorry I'm like 3 minutes late. You know, tire blew in my car, and I was like, fucking Muslims. He'd be like, what? Okay, anyways, let me get started. I got to find a pen. The Muslims hit your pen? Huh? Okay, anyways, here, let me fix my mic. Muslims again? At some point, someone might go, hey, man, I think you might be a bit obsessed here. That's the difference. See? There it is. Never mind. I'm convinced. You're right. Jews. Now I'm good? Now I'm speaking the truth? Now you're right. The Callegri pants Jews. I'm convinced. You're right. The Jews killed Nowak. The Jews killed Charlie Kirk. In fact, what's really frustrating here is I know for a fact, I would say 99%, I'm just alleging here that there's a huge chance that BLT here is actually on the payroll for Israel to subvert us through Jewishness. That's what's going on. One of the tactics that they use is to infiltrate by pointing the finger at themselves in benign ways like this, but where they're actually subversive. So I know that you're actually Jewish, and that's what's going on. I do know that. All of you, in fact, the whole chat is Jewish people, whether you agree or disagree, that are working at the behest of Israel. Got it. Yeah, I know. Myself as well, inadvertently, also subverted by the Jewish folks. Got it. Totally. In fact, this is probably all an AI simulation created by the Jews in order to make us believe all this shit. Totally understand. I don't think the Jews killed Nowak, but it was the Callegri plan. That's okay, sure. You got it. Election going on in California, is that? So the top two advance, correct? 50% of the votes in. Steve Hilton's in first place with 26%. He's a GOP. Xavier Becerra, second place with 25.8. And Tom Steyer, who is a Democrat, third place with 19.6. So if the results hold, you would have Hilton versus Beccaria for governor, Republican versus Democrat. For the mayoral election, I assume Karen Bass will win. But it looks like, I don't know what it is. If one doesn't get more than 50% of the vote, there has to be a runoff. So it looks like it'll probably be a runoff between Pratt and Bass, though I'm not so sure. Ticker type powers for $1. Thanks, man. Says, here you go. This is what I was talking about with my profile picture. Thank you. Oh, I see. Plaster bought $5. Says, I smoked 9 pounds of pulled pork the other day. Turns out that was the Jewish folks doing a sign up on me. They forced me to sneeze there. Everything was their fault. And then Zach Gelpy, $10 says, stop giving up our tactics, Rob. I did. We watched that clip yesterday. It's brutal. Brutal. Horrific. Steele, $2 says, Jay Spurging, always. Always be Spurging. Deb Howland won her primary. Everyone's on the edge of their seat. You mentioned it yesterday. I'm firmly in the middle of the seat, so I'm not in the edge, but it's a bit depressing, isn't it? The subject matter we covered tonight. But even in the United Kingdom, I don't think all hope is lost. I don't. Things aren't going to be easy. There's not going to be a quick fix. It's going to require a lot of work. And you can't rely on someone else to do that work for you. You're going to have to get involved if you want to see positive change. Doesn't mean that you have to commit the entirety of your life to it. Doesn't mean you have to even get involved in politics. But it's not good when you see this stuff. Tomorrow, I hope to do you proud by debating people that, Pisco in this case, that want to pack the courts because they feel that they're virtuous people and they have the right to do that. And I hope to, I'll tell you right now, my goal in that debate will be the same as Ryan Mullally's goal was, to let average normies that may be seeing know just how extreme these people we're up against are. That's the plan. The debate is 8:30, I believe. We're starting at 8:30 tomorrow evening. What good is the black pill? What's the positivity of it? What can it accomplish? Are you religious? Think the black pill's anywhere in Christianity? If you're not, what will being depressed help? Death will come for us all. We'll all be forgotten in time. What did you do? Did you make life better for the people around you? Your wife, your children, your parents, your brothers, your sister, your community, your neighbor, your church, your friends? Are people going to remember 200 years from now the political issues you were pushing? You move forward. You do your best. And if it's too late and we've already lost, so what? Resigning yourself to it. Stand proudly in defiance of it then. It will not be a modern day debate. It'll be on my channel and Pisco's channel. It's being moderated by a person named Avi Bitterman. I don't know if he has his own channel. So you'll be able to find the debate right here. But no, it's not modern day debate. It was a moderator of Pisco's choosing. I assume he'll do fine though. So, I don't know. Prepare for the mod to not do shit. I'm fine with the mod not doing shit. I didn't need a mod. It don't matter to me. I've talked to Pisco many times and debated him without a moderator. I'm happy to do that or with. Doesn't matter to me. Yeah, Glengarry Glenn Ross reference. You did hear that. Zach Gelpy. $10. Thanks, my man. Says, wait, you're having AJ moderate? The debate conspiracy continues. Oh, a Jewish. Is Avi Jewish? I don't know. Is that a Jewish name? Not very worldly. But the goal of the debate is just quite simply let everyone see. So there's no question, so people can see. This is really what they believe, that they have the right to pack the court, to add all these seats. It's really what they believe. All right. Well, Avi is like the most Jewish name, is it? Yeah, that's, I don't know. Shlomo? Wouldn't that be a more Jewish name? I don't know. All right. Would I oppose the Republicans packing the court to deport all illegals and advance Christian nationalism? Yes. I don't think that it's right to accomplish that through fiat in that way. I think that we should operate within the norms of the system that we have. But there's a solid argument to be had if Democrats are saying, we're going to do this. Sounds like someone's banging on a tumbler over there. I think it's because I bumped this, yeah. Super chats. Oh, yeah, I've read them, but Not enough came in tonight. Yes. Now, we'll start to wrap up here. I do want to say, tomorrow night, 8:30, this channel, everywhere you're watching right now, I'll be doing a debate. So I'll probably come on at like 8:15 or so. Thursday, no prep debate, also going to be here, plus the daytime call-in show. Friday, we'll do a normal stream. But not this Saturday, but next Saturday is the first annual Blasterbot Dino Battle Invitational. Our Chat of the Month Blasterbot. Where everyone who donates $50 will be entered into our Dinosaur Battle Tournament for rights to be crowned the first ever Dino Battle Invitational Champion. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I really do. So make sure you're tuning in for the health. Piss. What's up, Crucible Raid? Now I got to talk real shit, huh? For the great Crucible audience, I suppose I can whip up some content. What's up, Cruciblers? How was Andrew's debate? I checked it out. I saw he was debating at the beginning, and then I was streaming at the same time. Then I checked over, and it looks like, did it end early? What happened? Oh yeah, we'll talk some Nowak shit here in the United Kingdom. We will. But first, let me say tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. 8:30 p.m. on this channel tomorrow. I will be debating Pisco on two topics, court packing and did Ryan Mullally do a good job or do a bad job debating Pisco on court packing, which is one of the topics. The whole purpose of the debate and the reason that it's important to take debates like this is because this is becoming the mainstream position of the Democratic Party and, in fact, of left-wing establishment parties all across the Western world, to nakedly grab more and more power because they hate you and they feel morally superior and they're allowed to do whatever they want. It's been a bit of a morose night, if I'm honest. We've been talking about this Henry Nowak fallout. I'll play you some highlights. I apologize to my audience. We've covered this, but I'll play you some highlights from what we've talked about. Give me a second. I'll pull them up. First thing it's worth saying is what you're going to hear. If you didn't know, I'll rehash the story as quickly as possible. I will not show the police footage because it's probably a violation of TOS for a smaller stream like me. So I'm not going to show it. However, Nowak was killed by a Sikh man who accused him of being a racist. That Sikh man's family helped cover up the crime. Police showed up, handcuffed the white Henry Nowak, 18-year-old, as he was bleeding to death, saying, "I can't breathe, I've been stabbed." To which the police said, "I don't think you have, mate." And proceeded, the last words that Nowak would have heard was a sympathetic conversation between his killer and the police as they discussed the racism of Henry Nowak. Racism is the gravest sin that one could commit in the Western world at this point. Racism is such a grave sin that it outweighs tens of thousands of young British girls being groomed. It outweighs that. Better those tens of thousands girls face the most heinous of punishments than we have a racism. We can't have it. Racism is so bad that it outweighs a white man being stabbed. That's how bad racism is. The officers that engaged in this deserve to be held accountable. But the problem is not just them. The problem is every area of society in the Western world has trained those officers for this exact moment. The police training manuals that they have, the culture of the police, the politicians, the media, our culture, celebrities, musicians, academics, all of them have trained for this moment. The world is systemically racist. White people, and by the way, when we say racist, we just mean whites are bad. There is no such thing as people being racist against whites. That's laughable. Racism is just white's evil, white's bad. And we have to acknowledge that. Given that, if you were a police officer and walked into a situation where there's a white man laying on the ground who looks injured and a Sikh man saying, this son of a bitch is racist, you too would, at least they're hoping, would arrest the white man. That would be the normal behavior in how far gone society's been. I didn't play this for my audience yet. I played this last night. Don't believe me? Here is the grooming gang inquiry. In case you didn't know this story, this was in the United Kingdom where Asian men, see Pakistani Muslims, that came into the country for decades were assaulting young girls. Now, unlike the Epstein files where we haven't actually seen anything actionable, there's actually been trials and arrests and admissions and contemporaneous victim statements and all of this shit. That doesn't mean every single accusation has been proven true, but certainly this happened, and now we know police knew, and we know politicians knew, and they did nothing. And to my knowledge, not one police officer or politician in the United Kingdom that has admitted to being aware of these grooming gangs and letting them go lest they be called racist, not one has been held accountable. Not just legally, but even culturally. Here's Rupert Lowe. Here's just a little segment of what their inquiry found from the testimony of hundreds of girls. All white, by the way, I believe. It's very difficult to hear, so if for whatever reason you had kids watching, please take them out.
Another. Race did play a part and motivated the selection or demographic of the victims. Throughout my exploitation, the other girls I encountered, or who were abused alongside me, were almost exclusively white. Another, she had a baby by him, and his dad was an imam. His dad knew, and he got his son married and said that he wasn't allowed to see the child. They look after their own community. Another. Over the course of the abuse, I was raped by multiple police officers in different parts of the country. Another. He put a cigarette out on the baby's face. Another, it started when I was 13. I was raped by probably about 600 or 700 different men over 3 years. Another, they would toot the horn of the car and then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home. Another, I was bleeding from both my vagina and my back passage and was so swollen I could not sit down. I told hospital staff my drink had been spiked and I did not know what had happened because I was too afraid to tell the truth. They did not ask any questions. They gave me tablets and discharged me. I was 15 years old. Another. Things would escalate around Eid and holidays. Parties got bigger, got worse, got more violent. More people involved, more girls involved. The parties were just bigger. Another. The main clash that I kind of had with the religion side of it was I grew up as a Christian. I would wear my cross because it was something really special to me. It was just used as a way to break me down. They said, where is your God now? Has your God forsaken you? Another, it was all of the white girls in every home that I went to. I remember a man opening the back of a van and I saw 15, 20 girls locked in dog cages. Another, dogs were brought in and I couldn't move at all. I had nowhere to move. I think that was the scariest thing, was not having any concept of it. There were men around me, not horrified, not disgusted, not helping, but filming and laughing, making bets on whether the dog could actually rape me or not. And yes, I was raped by a dog. The man just held my face, stared me down straight in the eyes, and he wanted to see me break, and he did.
Now, to you, that's horrific. To me, that's horrific. It's almost too much to bear. But understand this. To the leftist, all of that pales in comparison to you thinking something racist. That thought you had when they were saying, "Where is your God? Has he forsaken you?" They were like, what? These people are targeting people for their ethnicity and their religion. And I mean, their religion, I don't like. As soon as you had that first tinge of a thought that you didn't like that, that makes you worse than these men. That's worse. You're worse. Racism is worse. That's why they stood down. That's why the politicians and police allowed this to occur for decades. Because it was not worth it. At least on their deathbed, they could say, perhaps it led to hundreds of girls being assaulted in the most heinous ways possible, but at least I was not called a racist. That would have been too much. And I'm sure they would proudly tell these girls, proudly tell them, I understand what happened to you wasn't wonderful, but do you understand what almost happened to me? Someone almost called me a racist. That would have been truly horrific. That's what's occurring in the Western world. You're being displaced. You're treated as an enemy. And when you object to it, you're arrested. You're called a racist. You face legal consequences in the United Kingdom. You face consequences at your work. You could get fired. You could be shamed by family and friends. That's where we're at. That environment is how police could come upon a white man bleeding out, stabbed to death, handcuff him, drag him across the gravel as he's begging for his life, only to hear in his last moments the police yucking it up with his murderer who's accusing you of being a racist. The hypocrisy is truly astounding. Keir Starmer is the head. PM of Britain, he says about Nigel Farage talking about how this was a targeted of whites, etc. Here we are.
I think Nigel Farage's reaction is the wrong reaction. And I start my answer to your question through the eyes of the family. They have said they do not want this whipped up. They have been through the most extraordinary, awful experience. They don't want this whipped up. And Nigel Farage is completely wrong to use this to try and create division. He would be wrong in any circumstances. But when Henry's family are saying, please don't do that, it's our son, then really, as politicians, as human beings, we should start where they start. And that's where I start.
So this is going to be the line you hear over and over as the mantra. Well, Nowak's family said, please, let's not politicize this. And so now it's our duty to not talk about it and say it was just a tragic mistake. So let's go through how fucking evil this tactic is. All right, let's see if this bears out truth. Number one, do you think, well, by the way, before we get to that, sounds very, okay, everybody reacts differently. The Prime Minister is just the type of man that's not going to rush to politicize when someone dies in police custody like that. He wouldn't do that. That's not the man that Keir Starmer is.
Like you, I was shocked and angered at the killing of George Floyd and the response of President Trump and the US authorities to the peaceful protests, to people rightly demanding justice, has been an affront to humanity. The last week has shone a spotlight on the racism, discrimination, and injustice experienced by those from black and minority ethnic communities in the US, in the UK, and across the world. Martin Luther King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. That's why today I've written to the Prime Minister asking for his assurance that the British government is doing all that it can to urge President Trump to respect human rights and the fundamental democratic right to peaceful protest. And this week, Labour has called on the UK government to ensure that our exports are not being used in the suppression of democratic rights in the US. But we must also reflect on the injustices in our own country.
No, it makes sense. It was great that the exports weren't used to be sent to Donald Trump so that he could crack down on peaceful protest. Because if they had done that, then how would they be able to use those products to crack down on peaceful protests now?
They got one, they're pinning someone down over there.
I'll tell you what, he's doing it like the fire.
Oi, they're gonna fucking kill that geezer in a minute.
Now, I don't know if you noticed, but right about here, what you see is that officer's knee is on the neck of that white guy they have on the ground there. By the way, that's what led to billions of dollars of damage and riots across the world, because that's clearly murderous intent, as we've been told, when it came to George Floyd. Now, with George Floyd, as we saw the Summer of Love and all these riots occurring, and as fires raged and reporters held microphones and said, it's mostly peaceful, Keir Starmer totally agreed. How dare Trump decide to say that we should crack down on some of this? That's a violation of free speech. You'd never see Keir Starmer's government doing that, right? You wouldn't see that. Perish the thought. How could they? They wouldn't do that. If people show up to protest, Keir Starmer's police, they're going to sit back quietly and allow it to occur. You won't see any violence, right?
Come on!
I think Donald Trump should put out a statement today and say, we're going to stop trading with the United Kingdom until we're assured that the products and services that we're sending over there aren't being used by the tyrant Keir Starmer to crack down on the peaceful protest. That's what Trump should do today. We're going to make sure that what we're sending over there is not being used for this tyrannical crackdown. When it occurs on the left, when one of their in-group preference is killed, of course the default is to use it for political persuasion. But if it occurs on the right, if it's a white person that died, how dare you? So now we get to this line, which you'll hear repeated over and over. Well, it's the wishes of Novak's family to not politicize it. Okay, what if they came out tomorrow and says, never mind, we changed our mind. Now it's cool? Is Keir Starmer going to be like, oh, okay, now? Keep in mind, there's a unit called the RICU in the United Kingdom that does victim counseling. And they help the victims write these statements. And they tell them it's very important. There's going to be violence. You need to tamp it down. That's what they do. They write these speeches and then say, see that speech? Now, they don't do it if it's a minority, though. If it's a minority, they're allowed to talk about racial justice. Remember George Floyd's brother outside the Chauvin trial? And he was basically like, we'll riot. We need to get violent, blah, blah, blah. So I guess the narrative is, if you're calling for riots, if the family's calling for riots, then it's okay. But if they say, let's call for peace and not to politicize, then, hey, we have to adhere to their wishes. What if George Floyd families had said, hey, let's not politicize this? Do you think that would have prevented Keir Starmer and all of these left-wing politicians the world over? No, of course not. They'd have said, oh, he's a noble man for suggesting that. But still, this is endemic of the systemic racism that we must fight against. The policies that these motherfuckers have illustrated, the mass migration, the fucking anti-racist bullshit, the enshrining these policies in not just our culture, but actually in our legal system and the police manuals, led to the death of this fucking young man. And then to add insult to injury, As he was stabbed to death, as the police handcuffed him, as they drove him across the gravel. Now the motherfucking politicians and cultural leaders responsible are saying we can't even discuss it because they've tailored a fucking message for the dad to say, or the dads came up with a message that's trying to be magnanimous. So they hide behind the fucking father, a grieving father, to say that you can't protest it. These fucking ghouls. It's not complicated. White guy gets killed like this, fuck him. We don't care. Oh, yes, it's tragic. We sorry it didn't happen, but the real victim's the minorities. Black man gets killed, time for systemic change. It must be a catalyst. That's it. That's the magic fucking equation. It's not just the fucking politicians either. It's the police officers, it's the judges, it's the attorney generals, it's the academics, it's the politicians. All of them. Media. Now keep in mind, Keir Starmer and all of these people, they had a lot to say about George Floyd dying. Now you'd be mistaken for going, what the fuck did that have to do with the United Kingdom? What did it have to do with it? What the fuck? Why were there riots and protests in the United Kingdom and in European countries and in places like Australia? Because a career criminal died while being detained in a northern state in the United States. And yet all these British... Now when it's actually their police in their backyard with one of their constituents, now they don't have fuck all to say. At all. How about the police themselves? Remember what the British police, again, an incident that didn't occur in the UK, that shouldn't besmirch UK police, that happened in the United States. How did British police act over and over again? When it came to the death of George Floyd?
So they have all taken a knee. They've all taken a knee.
That's it. Be a good little white police officer. Beg forgiveness for the black man. Yes, that's right. Show who's really in charge. I mean, after all, a cop allegedly did something bad in the United States, so time to pay fealty to the black men so you could be known as one of the good ones, right? Now we have the situation where police behaved in one of the most grotesque ways possible in the United Kingdom. How do police act?
On your knees! 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 On your fucking knees!
You see, the British police cared what American police did overseas, so much so that they had to get in their knees in front of black people. But they don't care what the British police did to a person in the United Kingdom itself. And why? What's the magic sauce? Why the difference? Because the victim, or alleged victim, in the United States was black, and the victim in the United Kingdom was white. That's it. You can't be racist against white. Let's be quite honest. As tragic as what have happened, maybe they didn't want what happened to Nowak occurring. But listen, bigger fish to fry, like right-wing racism. Keir Starmer, by the way, after the historic loss that his party suffered in the elections there last month, want to know what his first act was? Mr. We respect free speech and how dare Donald Trump crack down on BLM protesters? He immediately announced that they would be keeping out any right-wing protesters that were coming to protest labor and migration. All of a sudden, free speech didn't matter when that speech is directed against his government. Then he cracks down. But when Trump wanted to prevent people from rioting in the United States, it was brutal authoritarian racism. Almost to a T, every politician that's out there today going, we can't protest. We can't because we can't because the family said not to. The family said not to. We can't do it. Whatever you think of Nigel Farage, he's at least been decent on this question this week. Here is Zia Yusuf, who's someone in Farage's party, calls into BBC Radio. Listen to how this exchange goes.
How do you respond to that comment from Stephen Roberts that what Nigel Farage has said is shameful and that he's jumping to judgments? It's despicable.
Well, I'm absolutely stunned and disgusted by this entire segment. The BBC, you began this entire segment by saying that the police, quote, did not know that poor Henry had been stabbed. How can you say that when you have obviously watched the footage?
I didn't actually say that. I said they didn't know he was dying. Do you think they did know he was dying?
So given Henry had repeatedly said, I have been stabbed, to the degree the police did not know he was dying, it was because they actively chose not to know. And that is abundantly clear from watching.
First off, this host saying, I didn't say, this is a telltale sign of someone, this is supposed to be a journalist, neutral on the question, right? So she asks a pointed question, fair enough. And he says, you even said the police didn't know he was stabbed. She quibbles as a red herring. I didn't say that. I said they didn't know he was dying. Now, if I was him, I'd say, oh, okay, so your argument is they did know he was stabbed but didn't know he was dying? Okay, then why wouldn't they immediately go over if they knew he was stabbed? Well, I don't know. Maybe they didn't know he was stabbed. Right, so you're just quibbling with me because you're more interested in arguing than being a neutral arbiter and letting me get my point across. You argue over an irrelevant point. It was like when Charlie Kirk was killed and you said, on one of the bullets, on the bullet, it said, catch this fascist. And over again, the fucking lefties did, where's my glasses? Oh boy. I need my left-wing glasses. Do I not have them? Well, that's no good. Apologies, I've lost my prop. But the lefties imagine I had glasses somewhere. Actually, the bullet that shot him didn't say that. You're wrong. The bullet that killed him didn't say catch this fascist. It was just one of the other bullets he had prepared to shoot. Like, yeah, go fuck yourself. It's irrelevant. An irrelevant detail. That's what she's doing here.
The footage. And now to talk about how politicians like Nigel rightly raging and railing against all of this is somehow, making points that should not be made after a tragedy. I'm speaking on the BBC. After George Floyd, we heard nothing other.
Now, I want you to listen to this. I'm going to slow this down. He points out, how dare you, after George Floyd, by the way, which didn't happen in Britain, BBC, you guys covered it incessantly. When he brings it up, I want you to listen to her.
I'm speaking on the BBC. After George Floyd, we heard nothing.
Listen again. That's what she sighs.
BBC. After George Floyd, we heard nothing other than George Floyd.
Yeah, how dare you bring up our double standard? We're here to grill you. You can't politicize. This was a white guy that died. Racism. The real victim here's the Sikhs and the blacks and the Muslims. They're the real victims, not this white kid that was killed. How dare you? How dare you do that? Don't bring up that we did the exact same thing over and over again with George Floyd. Ugh, God, he's going to bring that up? That was clearly different. St. Floyd was black. Don't you get it? He's black. So of course we politicize it. Duh. Where's the... They don't view it as a contradiction because they have no fucking standard. It's all about power. This isn't a journalist. This is an activist. This is a propagandist. State media that hates white people and says they fucking have this shit coming. and engages in this two-tier.
Segment after segment. You ran bite-sized specials indoctrinating children. You launched a £100 million diversity fund to structurally embed the discrimination against white people into your recruitment.
But hold on one second. Just hold on one second.
£100 million
Mr. Yusuf, hold on one second.
Recognizing this tragedy, because what I'm hearing, I'm afraid, is yet more of the anti-white racism that we have become used to from the BBC.
Mr. Yusuf, hold on.
She going to defend it? You created a £100,000 fund for George Floyd. You going to do it for Nowak? You guys did this over and over. You're accusing us. Why are you bringing this up, making it political? You guys did it over and over with George Floyd, who, by the way, is not even in this country. Now, let's see how she responds. She's going to say, that's not true. Or, well, yes, but here's our reasoning.
Let's take this slowly through what we know happened.
Okay, doesn't sound like she's going to respond. Now we're changing the subject or moving on. We don't want to address your actual good point, so let's move it on.
The first thing we know is that there appears to have been mistaken policing. Now,
it was a mistake. That's all. We know it was a mistake. Oh, yes, we're all sorry for the mistake, but that's all it was.
And errors that happened at the time, which the IOPC is going to look at.
Yeah,
now, there is a second thing on top of that, which Reform UK is alleging, which is that is as a result of racism. And what it would be good to know is, on what are you basing that?
Do you think that question was asked even once with George Floyd? I'll ask you all. To this day, has any of you heard one scintilla of evidence that what happened to George Floyd was because he was black? Anything? We just accepted it. Black Lives Matter. Race became an integral part of it. It was clearly an act of racism. That's what Keir Starmer said. That's what the BBC was saying. Where was this question then? Now, unlike with George Floyd, where we have no evidence, we have plenty of evidence that race was involved here. Number one, we know that the central allegation that the killer used was that Nowak was racist. And the police were more interested in hearing that allegation than to attending the obvious injured person on the ground. So much so that they handcuffed him as he said, I can't breathe, I've been stabbed. And their response was, I don't think you have me. Because the accusation of racism was so intriguing and enticing. That's number one. Number two, we see it written into official government policies and policing policies to prioritize and treat different groups that have different racial makeups. And yet, the BBC, wow, we need proof. That's not enough. We need definitive proof. How dare you mention that? Of course, we went right along with BLM and all of their bullshit with George Floyd without ever asking that question.
How do you know that it wasn't just a terrible mistake by the police?
Well, how do we know? Well, firstly,
how do you know it wasn't just a terrible mistake by the police with George Floyd?
We've heard the call that was made to the police by the murderer's brother, and that man claimed that poor Henry had been racist to him. Then when the police turned up, they arrested Henry as he was bleeding to death. And the last thing Henry heard on this earth were his rights being read to him, having been arrested. And
by the way, if it came out, if the cop was like, yeah, it was because I don't like white people, if he said that, do you think that would matter at all to the BBC? After all, official grooming gang inquiry said that one of the reasons that the police and the politicians allowed this to go on for decades and young white girls to be treated in the most egregious, heinous ways possible, as you heard there, was because they didn't want to be called racist. Did BBC give a shit? Did they all of a sudden go on a big crusade like, we have to stop this? These accusations of racism is leading to real harm. Enough is enough. Of course not. They go right along repeating the same bullshit. So it wouldn't matter anyways.
To answer your question directly as to how we know that structural racism, anti-white racism inside Hampshire Police is responsible, go and look at their website. The Hampshire Police boast about their, quote, race action plan that was created as a direct result.
Notice as soon as he says, look, they're actual fucking police plans. Talk about it. Well. So she asks for proof, proceeds to get it, interrupts. Now no longer interrupt. Oh, I was hoping he didn't know that. Anyways, moving on.
It literally cites George Floyd, and what it does is train police officers to react in the way that they did, because what it does is say, you must treat accusations of racism demonstrably as a result of this. The accusation is taken more seriously than the accusation of murder. And I think any reasonable person watching this footage or listening to this program would agree with that.
Let's play you somebody who's obviously very close to this.
Now, here we go. All right, here's the zinger. What did I tell you is going to be this? You're going to hear this over and over. She's got him now. She's got the ringer of all arguments. You ready?
Henry Nowak's father, Mark, this is what he said outside court yesterday.
We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension. We want his story to make our streets safer for everyone.
He also went on.
As the case C for the prosecution summed up in court, this is not a case about Sikhism. This is not a case about racism. This is a case about murder.
This is Henry's father saying this is not a case about racism.
But my heart goes out.
Well, how could you suggest this? His father says, if only he would have been like Floyd's family and said, go out and do heinous shit and get angry. Then it would have been okay. By the way, I don't even know if that was the dad reading that statement. Again, the way this works is they have units that go from the government and say, look, you have to be careful what you say. We'll craft a statement. Your son was murdered and it's about justice for him. And people are racists are going to try to commit violence and we need to tamp that down. And dad's grieving like, yeah, okay, man, that statement's fine. There you go. Oh, now no one can say anything. I said this earlier. I stand by this. But now there's more people listening. I'll say this. Clip this right now. If I'm ever killed in a similar situation, regardless of what my wife says or my son says or my parents say, politicize the shit out of my murder. Run on it in whatever country you're on. Run political campaigns on it. Don't fucking listen to this shit. Oh, don't politicize it. Bullshit. Politicize away.
Out to him and to the whole family. And I could not agree more that what we need is equality before the law. And what this is about, evidently, and again, this isn't just my view. I think the level of anger, quite rightly, in this country is significant as people watch this footage. And I put it to you again. I mean, even just hearing the last exchange that you just had there, where he insulted Nigel Farage. Look, the reality is that when the police turned up, Henry said repeatedly that he had been stabbed and said, I cannot breathe. And yet the police went on.
Anyways,
to
you're
arrest
bad,
him.
evil
What that
racist.
means is the accusation from an ethnic minority about racism was taken as read with no burden of proof. Whereas the accusation of this person has stabbed me from a white man was suddenly there was a burden of proof for
What
that.
do
That
you
is
think
endemic
needs
in
to
this
happen?
entire discussion. And that
What
is
do you
the
thi-
exact
No,
point that we are making.
it is-
and it is a direct result of the way police are trained
What
these
do
days.
you think needs
I've
to
been to
happen?
many serving police officers, and they tell me all the time, it is absolutely true. The thing that is career-ending for them is being accused of racism. And the Hampshire Police, people can go look it up online. It's up on their website, the Hampshire Police Race Action Plan. Go and read that, and what you saw in that devastating footage, I'm afraid, will make sense.
What do you think needs to happen now? Because Nigel Farage has talked about people should be angry.
But we need a whole host of things to happen. So number one, straight off the bat, we can take away religious exemptions for anybody in this country who is not law enforcement to carry deadly weapons around. So that
Again, I covered this earlier, but just so you know, I'll play the clip after this. He's been given life. The murderer's been given life in prison, but that is the default when you're convicted of murder. It's actually not life. Life is the maximum, but what matters is the minimum when you could be left out at a minimum that you have to serve. And he's only been given 21 or 22 years as a minimum. 25-year-old. He'll be damn near my age when he's left out of prison. 45, 4 years older than me, and he'll be left out. Why? Well, because he's Sikh. If it was a white guy with the knife, he would have received a higher tier minimum because as a white guy, you can't have a knife. But as a Sikh, you can. Doesn't matter that the knife he used wasn't the ceremonial knife that they're allowed to carry. Judge didn't give a shit. Sikh held to a different standard. You're allowed to carry the knife. So you receive 6, 7 less years in prison than you elsewise would have.
That one, straightforward. We've already committed to that. Number two, we will be announcing a raft of new measures to remove all of this, quote, anti-racism, which effectively creates racism against white people from policing in this country. We need one law for everybody. And the fact we can never again live in a country, and we must not live in a country, where the accusation of racism is taken more seriously than the accusation of brutal
This is my
murder.
favorite part.
Kemi Badenoch has reacted.
Kemi Badenoch. See, this is reform. That's Nigel Farage. The reform is better than the Tories, but they suck compared to Restore, which is ran by Rupert Lowe, that actually wants to remigrate all these fucking people. Now, the Tories are the former conservatives that got their ass kicked 2 elections ago. They're the conservatives. Here's the head of the conservatives, Kemi Badenoch. Here's what she says.
More seriously than the accusation of brutal murder.
Kemi Badenoch has reacted to what Reform UK has saying, accusing Nigel Farage of grandstanding, reinforcing the difference, and warning about the dangers of Reform UK's approach. What do you say to her?
I think she's a brazen hypocrite. The Tories spent 14 years, she and her party, creating this two-tier policing situation. And she went on TV today and condemned Nigel, saying that she doesn't want to hear that white lives matter and black lives matter, when after George Floyd, you can look it up, she said exactly the words, black lives matter. She was...
It's absolutely true. We did look it up. That is absolutely 100% true. She did. She said that. She started right off with Black Lives Matter. Absolutely what she did. I'll see if I could get the actual quote that she had. Quote. Kemi Badenoch, Black lives do matter. And if we're truly to tackle racism and improve the lives of the black people in Britain and achieve true racial equality, we have to do so by moving beyond platitudes and stereotypes. By the way, what's Kemi Badenoch that says you could say Black Lives Matter but not talk about white lives being... Curious how she, I don't know, how she look. But I'm sure that has nothing to do with it. Positive. Right? That just happens to be that she's a black woman. I believe someone said she's a first-generation migrant. Amazing. Helped set up the policies that lead to the two-tier policing, but don't you dare call it out. That's racism. And she'd never do something like that, except when she did under George Floyd and said Black Lives Matter. Whoops.
All in on that, on all of that nonsense. So the reality is, yes, of course, everyone should be equal before the law. That is our point. That is demonstrably not true. And the tragic, horrific events that resulted in Henry Nowak's murder are proof of that.
Here's the BBC for you. Here, let's play a little clip explaining the sentencing.
In murder cases, we have what everyone gets a life sentence of imprisonment if they're convicted of murder. That's mandatory. What changes is what's called the tariff. That's the amount of years that has been set by the sentencing judge within that sentence. And that can range right through from 15 years up to a whole life sentence. There are 4 different grades. It starts at the very top with a whole life sentence, which literally means you spend the rest of your life in prison. That's reserved for mass murder, serial murders, really exceptional cases. Then you go down a grade to 30 years starting point at the tariff. That is reserved for cases where people have been murdered by the use of a gun, for example, or a bomb, or a terrorist atrocity. Then you have 25 years when people have taken a knife to the scene with a view to using it. And then 15 years at the base level.
25 years if you took a knife to the scene with the intent to use it. Right? Okay.
Judge in this case, in Henry's case, appears to have, according to Nigel Farage, he has started at the 15-year base level.
So he started at the lowest possible
He started at the lowest level.
Why?
And then aggravated that up. Well, to quote Nigel Farage's letter to the Attorney General, he said, in this case, the judge ruled in his remarks that as a Sikh, Digwa had a good legal reason for having the dagger when you met Henry.
So, to interject, Sir Michael Ennis, quite clearly, the claim, if this is going to stand up, is that the killer benefited specifically from the carrying of a Sikh ceremonial knife, which began his tariff at the lowest possible point. That would sound like two-tier justice.
That is the claim that Nigel Farage is making.
It does sound like two-tier justice because it is two-tier justice. That's why it sounds like it. Because it is. By the way, we're not going to read specifically from the policy. But here's a gentleman's summary of the official police policy, and he links it so you could look at yourself. Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary published this race action plan covering the 2024 to 2026 years. It is the operational document of the force that handcuffed Henry Nowak as he died. This was the policy that the police department that handcuffed Nowak was using. Read it carefully, because every element of what happened on that Southampton street in December 2025 is visible in its priorities, its language, and its omissions. The plan states the force will pursue offenders and deal with offenses that cause the most harm to ethnic minority communities. Not all communities, ethnic minority communities specifically. The document that is supposed to govern equal policing contains within it an explicit hierarchy of whose harm the force prioritizes. Now, as bad as it may sound, for example, to see young British girls being groomed by the thousands in the most heinous possible crimes, unfortunately, that's not the priorities that police had. Police are more concerned about, quote, ethnic minority community and the offenses that target them. So, for example, if you say a mean word to an ethnic minority, here's their concern. If an ethnic minority brutally assaults a 13-year-old child who's white, here's the level of concern. If you're on social media and you say something mean about migrants, here. If a migrant's stabbing people, down here. See how that works? Continues. The plan commits to training officers on the history of policing minority ethnic communities to understand the trauma and failings of the past. So they teach police officers about how traumatic people of color have had it when it comes to interactions with the police. It continues. Officers are to be trained in the grievances of specific communities. They're not trained to treat every member of the public as an equal before the law, regardless of which community makes an accusation against them. The consequence of that training is documented on body cam footage that the Prime Minister described as making him feel sick. Yes, the policies have predictably led to the results of what happened to Nowak. It continues. The plan establishes a black and ethnic minority network called BEAM, with scrutiny powers over the Chief Constable's Legitimacy Board. A community network defined by ethnicity has institutional oversight of the force's legitimacy decisions. The force that handcuffed Henry Nowak built the oversight structure into its own governance framework. That's right, if you're a minority, you get special status to have your own commission that has a power over the police that gets to say what policies they like and dislike because you know you have magic superpowers because you're a different race. The plan commits to making the force anti-discriminatory and to explaining or reforming any disproportionality. Disproportionality in policing terms is used when members of one community are stopped, searched, or arrested at higher rates than their population share. In other words, let's say that blacks are 13% of the population, but they're arrested for 23% of the violent crime. We can't have that. They can only be arrested for 13%. So that means we have to let 10% go, or we have to arrest more white people. The purpose of the police isn't to keep the community safe. The purpose is to enforce DEI bullshit and make everyone feel good that no one's being a racist. That's the top priority. And so, if they have to leave violent black murderers on the street, so be it. If they have to leave migrant gangs grooming young white British girls, so be it. Small price to pay to end the, quote, disproportionality. After all, perish the thought that some groups commit more crimes than other groups. That's racist to even consider that. So it's surely the problem of the police. The entire framework of anti-racism training in British policing is built upon reducing that disproportionality. The officers who arrested Henry Nowak and did not arrest his killer were acting within a framework designed to avoid exactly the kind of disproportionality that arresting a Sikh man on the word of a white victim may have produced. Do you know how much paperwork you'd have to fill out if you were a cop and you arrested a Sikh because he stabbed a white guy? What a pain in the ass that would be. Couldn't Nowak just quietly die as he rolled around in the gravel there, handcuffs in his last moments, as he got to be smeared as a racist while police chortled it up with the murderer? Doesn't he realize, Nowak, how he's inconveniencing these officers by making them explain why they had to arrest a noble minority man? Shabana Mahmood said there must be no two-tier policing. This is the document that built it. It is the Hampshire and Isle of Wight's Constabulary's own race action plan. It's publicly available. It was on force December 4th, 2025, and no one's investigating it. Here you have another plan that's talked about here in the House of Commons.
Thank the Home Secretary and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for ensuring the government came to the House today. He did not die with the care he deserved. He lost consciousness before anyone believed him. So we need the IOPC to urgently and transparently report into how it was the police attending were more concerned with the accusation of racism than they were in helping a dying man. Mr. Speaker, we cannot tolerate a situation where false allegations of racism by criminals are believed. We cannot allow the colour of someone's skin to be a consideration in how the police or other public services treat people. And yet this has happened. Just recently, we learned that Valdo Calocane, who murdered 3 people in Nottingham, was not sectioned by mental health professionals because they thought there was, and I quote, an over-representation of young black males in mental health detention. The consequent failure to section Valdo Calocane, in part because he was black, led directly to the murder of 3 innocent people.
You know, there's too many black people that have been sectioned in mental health facilities, so fuck it, let this guy out that's not fit to be in society. After all, we don't want to be called racist. Oh, he killed 3 women? Oh well, small price to pay. You think they're letting any white guy out because white people are overrepresented in policing? Of course not. It would never even cross a thought. In fact, it's something to cheer that we arrested another white man.
The head teacher of Axel Radicabana was accused of racist stereotyping when she described Radicabana as a threat to safety and the risk assessment was watered down.
You can't say a black man's a risk to safety. That's racist. So change it. He didn't become less risky. It just became verboten to say he's risky. Okay, that'll solve the problem.
Radicabana, of course, went on to stab and murder 3 young girls at a Southport dance class.
So what? And? I guess that sucks, but more importantly, at least his report didn't criticize him. That would be racist. That would be a real tragedy.
But Mr. Speaker, this has not happened by accident. It is enshrined in the police's own policy documents. The police anti-racism commitment, published in March 2025 by the NPCC and the College of Policing.
This is another police document, listen.
Urges police forces to reverse engineer the same arrest rates between ethnic groups, even though the offending rates are different, by treating different ethnic groups differently. Let that sink in for a moment. An official police document actually says people should be treated differently based on the colour of their skin. I've said before at this dispatch box at least twice.
You see, proportionality, it's disproportional. More migrants are arrested for committing heinous crime than whites. So we have to either arrest more whites or less migrants. And police need to be trained to keep an eye open to that. Couple more clips I have for you here. This guy, I think, sums it up nicely in 40 seconds. Ready?
Hear the young man saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Oh, that would be the same words as George Floyd in the US some years ago. And what happened then? Well, we had the future Prime Minister taking the knee. We had football players taking the knee. Do you think we'll see the same for this young white boy? No, me neither. Wonder why? Wonder why the police decided to take the story of the, I think he's 25-year-old Sikh male, over the dying 18-year-old white boy. Wonder why that was. When do you suppose the protest movement will start? When do you suppose Keir will take the knee proudly? And all the football players? Anytime soon? Don't hold your breath. You actually...
We all know the score. I'm telling you right now, the number one feeling from people on the left and for these establishment politicians and media people and all these people, the number one feeling right now to Henry Nowak is like, fuck, man. Are you kidding me? We have to pretend to give a shit about this. Can't we just move on? Just forget it? Can't we just do that? That's what they're thinking. And then this may be my favorite clip of the day. This guy, I think, who's the host of this program, I think is like a lefty type dude. But let's hear what the priorities of a Pakistani migrant who has concerns about what happened with the whole Nowak situation. Let's hear what he has to say.
Well, my first concern is, like, in this country, you're not allowed to discuss cases, are you? So the news, the media will shut down any trial. They won't report much, until there's a conviction. Yeah. I only heard about the details of this case once there was a conviction. I think I heard about the rest, but I didn't hear anything as the case was unfolding, what had been reported in court. But what has emerged since, I find a little bit worrying in the sense that there was no witnesses to what happened. And the CPS say that Dingwa was lying on the accusation, or his accusation, that he was attacked first and it's a racially motivated attack. I'm thinking, first of all, if there's no witnesses, and how can they say that he was lying, that he was attacked first? Fights don't just happen, do they? I'm not excusing what he'd done. If he's guilty, if he's the one who started it.
Well, maybe the guy did say something racist. Maybe Nowak said, that's my concern. Okay, so this guy's going to
That is why we have a legal system in this country for a judge who has all of the evidence at his disposal to make that call. Respectfully, Shahid.
Surely this went to a jury, didn't it? This went to where I think he's hung himself. I don't want to get too dark because I'm not going to. Where I think he hung himself is his dodgy actions afterwards, like trying to cover up his filming,
giving it to his mum as well.
Like that.
Yeah, that was the real problem. It's the old Norm Macdonald. I think the worst part of it is that he tried to hide the weapon. I think that's where he went wrong. I think the worst part was the murder. For me, that was the worst part of it. The actual murder, So this guy's like, I think this dude was within his rights other than he tried to move the weapon. Don't believe me? Listen.
Yeah, but I'm suspicious. I would not be surprised years later this comes out as an unsafe conviction. Because
the conviction's going to get overturned years later, probably.
I don't believe this. We've just heard in court today, and your instant reaction is to go, "Oh, I wonder if he actually did do something wrong." He's dead, Shahid.
Hold on. If there's no witnesses to the actual fight,
then you rely on a judge.
See, well, we don't have. You have to prove that you didn't say something racist. Oh, you're dead? Well, then I'm sorry. We can't convict anyone. The burden of proof's on you to prove you didn't say something racist, because if you did, then the murder is justified. That's what we're dealing with here. Listen.
The legal system.
The jury, you mean?
Well, the jury, but also the judge to make that.
Okay, but bear in mind, Elvis haven't mentioned this. There's two cuts to the back of the legs. You don't see cuts to the back of the legs from, if you're a police officer and you turn up, you're not psychic. Dingwa was the one who called him. You don't see cuts to the back of the legs, that won't be visible. One was to the jaw, apparently.
So now he's making sure, well, this is why the police didn't see it. It was on the back of the legs. He wouldn't see that. He was also in the back or this torso, I can't remember, and on the jaw. What the fuck point is this guy trying to make? I'll tell you what point he's making here at the end.
Hey, he's probably trying to get away, Shahids. We heard that he climbed over... No, you can't just say that. He climbed over a fence and left a trail of blood, if you must know, as we heard in court today.
I've not read that. Like I said, this is patchy information.
He hasn't read it. I don't know. I'm pretty confident, though, that this guy had it coming. And he'll throw in the odd. I debate people that do this all the time. Oh, the U.S. government's fascist, and we should pick up arms and shoot at the fascists. And then after an hour of that, but I'm not saying shoot at the U.S. government. I'm not saying that. See ya. So he gives the rationale. I think this was a bad conviction. Blah blah blah. I'm not defending him, by the way. I'm not. I just think it was probably a bad conviction and blah blah blah.
It's all there in black and white.
Where? You tell me and I'll look it up.
Well, in the court documents.
And where do I get? You think that's the transparent? Like they're closed. They don't have cameras in, do they?
I'm reading it from the Guardian and the Telegraph and the Times. It's not particularly difficult to find.
I tend to read the Guardian quite, but let me just move on to the other thing.
Right.
What I think is going on in general.
You ready? You ready for the other Norm Macdonald? What do you think the real problem is? Remember the Norm joke? My greatest fear is the Islamic terrorist will get a dirty bomb and detonate it over a major American U.S. citizen, killing tens of millions of people. And then think of how bad the pushback against Muslims will be. Here's the real victim, not Nowak. He's not the victim. Here's the real victim.
You remember Lucy Connolly? You know, she openly called for hotels to be burnt down, and she didn't care if she's called. And what people reacted to was very defensive, very shirty. Oh, we don't care. Just accept it as hurty words. She should not be jailed. Well, my general concern here is that, and I don't support Dingwa. If he's the aggressor, I do not support him. No way. But what's coming across to me is if somebody's racist, it's like doesn't matter. Don't
perish the thought. Can you imagine that? What if someone said something racist to you and you weren't allowed to stab them? Imagine the hellish country that would be. Imagine that. Someone could make a racial joke at your expense. What are you supposed to do if you can't stab them to death? I can't even imagine. I can't imagine that hell to have to live. Someone could say something racist and there's no legal consequences. No! That'd be horrific.
complain. You've got no rights. Allow that person to
got no rights.
Racist, or now don't believe them. That is what's coming across in this case, and that Lucy.
That's what's coming across. Allow Nowak to be racist, and don't believe his murderer. That's what's coming across. Damn it. Listen,
Connolly, it doesn't matter if somebody's racist or not. Either don't believe him, they're playing the race card.
Lucy Connolly was sentenced.
I've got that concern here. Yeah, because she pled guilty. She pled guilty, but the reaction is it doesn't matter, or now disbelieve them. That is where this thing is going. Like I said, I won't support.
Can you imagine? Now people, if someone says racist, if a minority shouts racist, maybe some people will ask for proof. That's fucking horrific. That would be horrific. You just have to accept when a minority shouts racism, and if that means they had to stab you, hey, that's just the consequences. Because the alternative would be worse. The alternative would be that you would want proof before accepting someone's racist, or that you wouldn't want them to be stabbed to death. That would truly be the end of the United Kingdom as we know it.
Oh, Dingwall, no way. What I'm just concerned about is there's no witnesses. How can you be so sure that he was lying?
Well,
there could have been a struggle between them.
Well,
it could have been.
Judge William Mosley, the KC, said that Dingwa murdered Nowak because he believed he'd been disrespected by him, asked him if he was a bad man, probably because he'd seen the large dagger. The judge said, I'm sure Henry said nothing racist. You're the only person to make that claim.
He had
let
a
me finish.
on and he called him
hold on, let me finish.
I'm not justifying it.
Hold on, let me just say this last bit. And it's completely at odds with his previous character. So you can't just decide from that, well, he might have been racist. The judge has made the point that what do you mean?
They're talking to somebody of Pakistani heritage who's had loads of racism.
I'm not doubting that, Shahid.
Oh! See, I'm Pakistani. I've had racism. So I know that this guy also used racism against this Sikh and therefore deserved to die. Because I'm Pakistani. I know.
And I'm sorry to, and I'm genuinely sorry to hear that, but it doesn't mean that in these instances.
What I'm imagining happened, like Dingwa is apparently doing deliveries with his brother. You know, you'll meet a lot of people then. There's nothing.
Now notice how the dude, see, Mr. Host here. Oh, I'm sorry, racist. Now he'll be quiet and listen. Oh yeah.
No reports about him kicking off against any of his customers. What I do imagine, what I am thinking and suspecting, is that the victim saw him, may have said something provocative, and ding, were kicked off. And then there was a struggle, and that's how they, he pulled for his blade. And on the blade, even if it was in my religion of Islam saying, oh, you must carry a knife, I would say, no, it's too risky. You're going to get some hot-headed idiot that's going to pull it out in anger. And even if it's in Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, I'd have the same view. I'm thinking, no, it's too risky. Like, there's too many idiots out there who will go into a pious way as an excuse to use it, and they'll use it in anger. And don't risk it. I'm sorry to those that want to generally hold a blade out of their genuine belief, but I think it's too risky in these kind of situations.
There you have it. How the fuck can you have a country with those people? Well, maybe he said something racist, and then we should be allowed to kill him. We don't know. He's dead. So there's no witnesses that heard him not say something racist. So we have to assume. When these people take over, they're going to fucking hate white people. It's going to be hell on earth for whites. You see, for all the complaints of white people, it turns out that they were pretty magnanimous. We're a pretty good folk. We try to judge people based on what we think is fair. I'm not saying there have been some bad things that have happened in history, but compared to almost all other civilizations, we've tried to move on. We fought wars to end slavery. We tried to enshrine in our legal system policies to end racism. Not these motherfuckers. They're not going to give a shit. They're going to say, good, you are second class. You're white. You're evil. You deserve to be punished for your ancestors. That's where we're at. But don't you dare criticize this. Don't you dare. That would be racist. And then one last one that's worth bringing up. Well, two, I guess. Here's a fun game. Anyone that you see in the United Kingdom today that's saying, how dare, his father said not to politicize it. Don't politicize it. Get a computer and search if they had anything to say with George Floyd. Keir Starmer. Today at 11 a.m., Parliament held a minute's silence in memory of George Floyd. He must not become just another name. His death must be a catalyst for change. The Labour Party stand with those opposing racism and oppression in the UK and across the world. I remind you, an incident that did not occur in the United Kingdom. But when one does occur in the United Kingdom, they say, how dare you talk about it? Here they're saying it must be a catalyst from change. That's your PM Keir Starmer. Next, you have MP Shabana Mahmood, who is out there today saying we shouldn't politicize this. Here's what she had to say under George Floyd. Many constituents have been in touch with me regarding protests across the United States after the murder of George Floyd. I share their anger at this unspeakable outrage. You can read my letter to the constituents here. Hashtag Black Lives Matter. Or how about Zia Yusuf, who says, the murder of George Floyd forced us to hold a mirror to ourselves and confront the institutional and structural racism that exists in our own society. Justice for the family of George Floyd is a relief, but it does not absolve us of that responsibility. Black Lives Matter, another guy who's against the politicization today. Or how about Zara Sultana? Aren't these all great? Look at all these Brits. These traditional British names. Shabana Mahmood. Yes, I remember reading tales of, the old redcoats. Zia Yusuf, yes, strong British name. Or Zara Sultana, yes, very British. Zara also has a problem with politicization of Henry Nowak. What'd you say with George Floyd? A year ago, George Floyd was murdered by a police officer. Had it not been filmed, and were it not for the anti-racist protest it ignited, that officer could still be patrolling the streets. Justice isn't handed to us. It must be demanded. And we demand it until hashtag Black Lives Matter. Unless you're white, then you're not allowed to demand justice because it's racist. You're not allowed to, not only you're not allowed to protest, you can't even bring it up. Strong Brits there. Strong Brits. Who who's to say? What's British? They're as British as anyone, right? Fish and chips. I just saw this one. This might be my favorite. This is from Andrew Western. Labour. It's the left-wing party. For Stretford and Urmston, an MP. Robert Jenrick says, Kemi Badenoch, I don't want to hear White Lives Matter. Keir Starmer, there's no such thing as two-tier policing. Never have politicians been so out of touch with the people they're paid to represent. Labour MP Andrew Western, a big George Floyd, Black Lives Matter guy. You ready? You ready for what he says? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for what I'm about to show you? Gird your loins. Here we go. You ready? This is, you know the meme? Let's see if I can find it. This is the reaction that you're about to have. Of course, I can't find. Why are it so hard to find memes? I see them all the time. Here's the reaction you're about to have. You ready? You ready? Anyone want to take a guess? Anyone want to take a guess what this Labour MP says? He's responding to someone saying, they're saying, I don't want to hear White Lives Matter. What do you think this Labour... Someone take a guess. Big BLM guy. He's responding to someone saying, they say they don't want to hear White Lives Matter. Take a guess what he says. Anyone. I will fucking... You'll get a hearty round of applause from me if you get it right. What do you think he's going to say? It blew me away. I was like, oh, I couldn't believe it. It's perfect. It sums everything up. It's the perfect post. Oh my gosh. Congratulations, John. Congrats. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Chef's kiss. I have no notes. It is... It's perfect. Yeah, the community note fine as well. Yep. I have nothing to say about it. Is there anything? It said all lives matter. Is there anything that these people have performatively clutched their pearls about that they are honest about? Anything? Is there one thing? Just one. In the United States, it was any time that, someone raised their hand, my heart goes out to you. Oh, that's a Roman salute. Oh my God. This was a white supremacist sign. Now they're pushing for a guy with an actual totem conf tattoo. Well, you know, my favorite was Bernie on this, by the way. Just absolute perfection. Bernie has always been. I remember when Bernie ran, when Congressman Gifford got shot, right? And he ran a fundraising, said, is it even safe to be a Democrat on the streets of Arizona anymore? Then when a Bernie supporter shot Steve Scalise, he said, you know, how dare people complain about me and my supporters? We must tone down the rhetoric on all sides. It's a masterclass. Can't have politicians that are millionaires until he was a politician that was a millionaire. And then it was, well, we can't have politicians that are billionaires. And if he would ever become a billionaire, then I'm sure it would be multi-billionaires. You get the picture. Bern, what's up, man? What do you think about Graham Plattner? Give it to us.
When you have a president commenting on a march by Nazis and white supremacists who then declares, well, there are nice people on both sides. Mr. President, there are no nice Nazis.
Well, fair enough. He's someone that's very adamant about being against Nazis. Of course, that was a hoax. But hey, A for effort, Bern. Anyways, what do you have to say today?
I'm not overly impressed by a squad of media running around saying, what do you think about the tattoo on Graham Plattner's chest? Between you and me, there might be one or two more important issues.
And can you believe it? He's not impressed with the media. Well, now you've done it. You've upset an octogenarian socialist. Now you've done it, media. He's not impressed with you. How dare you? How dare you? There's more important issues. When our side embraces Nazi, no big deal, more important issues. But when there's a hoax that the other side is, oh my goodness. By the way, remember, Joe Biden claimed his reason for getting in the race in 2020 was the Fine People hoax, which Bernie happily contributed to. Remember the whole Elon thing? I had a little song in jest on. I'll play a couple seconds of it.
Spring had come and the snow melted. Children played and puppies gathered. A new dawn for the red, white, and blue. But all of a sudden clouds gathered over my town, and all that mattered coming from the leaders we looked up to. The darkness formed and the country shuddered. Children cried unto their mothers as the thunder shook this country to the core. The man who came from the people, the Democrats who came out as evil, they would change this country and its lore. Cory Booker gave a Nazi salute. The Democrats, they were in cahoots with the Austrian painter. We all came to hate. The media laughed and cheered him on. The innocence of this country gone. The day the hate consumed the USA.
You get the picture. They never gave a shit. Hey, Bernie, fuck you. How about that, Bernie? Fuck you. I'm sorry. All right, fuck it. We got a caller. All right, you're on, caller.
Hello, it is me, Bernie Sanders. I am once again asking you to donate money to Normal America with robnoerr. The oligarchy must be defeated. The only millionaires and billionaires that are acceptable are me and Normal America with robnoerr. Once more, we ask you to donate money so that Robert, much like me, never has to work a real job. Help me in defeating the oligarchy donate to normal America with robnoerr. And I will go buy a new pair of mittens in my third lake house, which is modest, and fly on my private plane, which I have to do. Donate normal America.
All right. I guess Bernie's not that bad. We'll give it to you, Bern. He is right, though. We haven't even reached the goal tonight, and I've been streaming 4 hours and 8 minutes. And this is my third show today. I did the extravaganza, and I did the morning show. Now, I might be tempted to say my audience is doing a bad job, but I think we all know what's going on. I suck. That's the problem. The streamer sucks. Who am I to blame the audience that's incredibly generous? So if you have money, toss it in. But if not, that's okay too. It's my failing. Let's read some of those super chats though. Truth Revolt TV, $5 says, Crucible Raid. Thank you so much, Andrew, Mystery, and the fine folks over at the Crucible. Looks like Rob's been playing whip songs all stream. Go easy on him, people. It's not true. But thank you. Caleb, I missed this earlier. I'm so sorry. $2 says, my nose is slightly larger, but not my hat. Shh. Crucible Crusader, 10 months says, the guy rage kicked Andrew. That sounds about right. Jardy, $5 says, with all due respect to Henry's family, it's much bigger than him, and it's just how it's got to be until it changes. Same for poor girl in Chicago. Yep. Hellbat, $5 says, can you go over Steven Crowder episode if you want? His hasn't been taken down yet, and it shows some of the body cam video. Not one step back. Look, now I'll say this, right? Sometimes sometimes bigger channels are less at risk to show things. So I tried to do my best to mind my P's and Q's. I get mass reported all the time by communities that have announced that they want to take my channel down. So I try to err on the side of caution. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be showing the body cam footage. But you could look it up on social media. It's not hard to find. Chop, $5. Thank you so much, my friend. Blasterbot, $5 says, money for more props for Rob to do silly leftist impression. I don't know where I put my glasses. I'll have to check the other room. I cleaned up a little and now I lost them. Steel, $2 says, absolute subservient cretins. Yep. Thank you. AJ Noakes, $5. Thanks. So let's get some more donation and like for this awesome channel. And great guy, Rob. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Jabroni Big Time, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. And then becomes a member himself. 7 months says, you're welcome to the Plop Stinkies. Thank you. Clayton Gordon, thanks for the buck, man. Always appreciate. Balder Asregard, always appreciate the 20-somethings. Thank you so much. Lord Lost, $5 says, I live in Maine. I've got more Dems on Plattner's Reddit post blaming women for their own essay. Yep. Of course. Hashtag believe all women, and still one time they accuse a Democrat and then, Old Joe, $5 says, Rob, do you disavow your Bernie endorsement now? Not if he's sending me money. I'm greedy. And then Twisted Jack, $1.49 says, super sticker, thank you. Over on Rumble, Mangozi, $10 says, thanks for doing an in-depth on this. It's my pleasure. Empty Alex for 5 says, these are the same posh motherfuckers who demanded their soldiers stand in rigid lines long after their adversaries started taking cover. Modern equivalent towards their lessers, yeah? Worms, $3 says, about halfway through, is it possible Novak's daughter said, don't politicize this because if he says anything that could be remotely thought as racist, he'd be arrested? Yes. We talked about it earlier. Actually, that's entirely a possibility. They have a special unit in the United Kingdom that goes to these victims and basically coaches them on what to say. And if Novak expressed anger and then there was a riot, given that around 15,000 people a year are arrested for social media posts in the United Kingdom, he absolutely could be arrested. So they set the process up to demonize you if you don't say what the government-sponsored words are. And then once you say the government-sponsored words, they use that as the reason to say, now no one else can complain because that dude said the government-sponsored words. And then El Cucaro, $10 says, talked me into it. Finally. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Now, before you all leave tonight, tomorrow, as I said at the top here of the show and of the raid, tomorrow I will be debating Pisco on two things. One, whether or not Ryan Mullally did bad in their debate. And second, court packing. My strategy will be very similar to Ryan Mullally's. The reason you take these debates is to show over and over again that the Democrats are serious about their extremism. They want to end the filibuster. They want to add 2 states. They want to pack the court. They want to support people with Nazi tattoos. They don't give a shit. All the performative stuff they said about norms, et cetera, is all bullshit. They want power. And one white pill you could take is the fact that they're becoming more and more transparent for those calls of power actually shows that at least there's a little desperation to them. Doesn't mean that we're guaranteed to win or anything of that nature. I was saying this right as the raid came in, but it's bleak. This shit's bleak. It's hard to talk about. You hear that horrible testimony from what's going on in the grooming inquiry. See the footage of Nowak. Just see the blatant fucking double standard that's employed all over the place. It's easy to get blackpilled. But why? What good does it do? Maybe it is too far. Maybe we'll lose. Does that mean we should stop pushing? Of course not. Then stand up defiantly and do what you know is morally right. It's not the time for violence. It's the time to push back with information, to get energetic, to participate in primaries, to get involved culturally and politically yourself, to be a better father, to be a better churchgoer, to be a better neighbor, to be a better son, to be a better husband. And it's cliche when people say touch grass, but my God, isn't life amazing? As bleak as things could look. My house cost $85,000. I'll probably be paying on it. I think I got 7 years left. I'm in rural Pennsylvania. I'm doing better financially now than I ever have, which is, I'm very thankful, all because of all of you. But I'm not a wealthy man. Sometimes I go out on my front porch and right across there's a little cow field over here with some dairy cows. There's just an old barn up on the other side on the left. A field and then a row of trees. And I can't get over how lucky I am to be able to see that every day. And I can't get over how lucky I am to have my wife and how lucky I am to have my son. Now, not everyone has those things. But there's something. If you're religious, then the answer is obvious. But even if you're not, consider it. Consider understanding there's more to it than just grim destruction. There's been worse times in history. And so we owe it to ourselves and those that came before us to keep pushing forward, but to also be happy warriors. So please, please, please never think that I'm suggesting that you throw your life away, that things are bleak, that you should commit some act of violence or something like that. Completely the opposite. Understand what we're up against. Understand that the best way to deal with it is to leave a happy, successful life, and that there are real things you could change in your life, and you could get involved culturally and politically and move forward, but be happy while doing it. Lord of the Lost says, true, I don't have your wife or son. It reminds me of one of my favorite internet jokes. It was like one of those stupid-ass Reddit posts that said, if you could choose to sleep with any person ever in history, one time, who would it be? And this guy responded, says, I would pick my late wife. She passed away 3 years ago from cancer. She was the most beautiful woman I ever met. We were deeply in love from the first time we met, and like we were soulmates, and we did this, this, and this. She was the kindest, most beautiful woman that I've ever seen. And to spend one more night with her would mean everything to me. And then the next person says, wow, that's beautiful. I'd pick that guy's wife too. That's a good joke. It's like, touche. You made her sound very nice. Shit's funny. But, all right. We're at the time of the show where I'll grift. We do these stupid whip songs. They're really stupid. My audience donates money to harass me because these songs are really dumb. Anyone who wants to leave, I totally get it. I'm trying to develop an AI that looks like I'm still sitting here so I can just play these damn songs and leave. But seeing as how I'm a boomer, I'm left sitting here. There's this song from the Lord of the Rings cartoon from like the late 70s where there's a whip, there's a way. I thought it'd be funny to play that for donations. Audience made me create a different versions of these AI songs. So the rule is any singular $100 donation plays one of these whip songs. You spin a wheel. $150, you could pick a specific one. 200 ones, you could create your own if you like. Also, at this point forward, anytime we go over an even $100 mark, we play a song. So if you donate $17, that would be a whip song. $100 would be two, one for the $100 and one for going over. Truth Revolt, $10 says, appreciate the encouragement, Rob. My pleasure, man. Thank you. Mangozi. I will thank you, Andrew. He's great. Mangozi, thanks for the another 10 that says, for the grift, whip it good. Yeah, you're lost. You'll see. It's fucking horrible. You'll be like, oh, that's funny. This is how it'll work. You'll be like, ha, that's pretty funny for like 40 seconds. And then you're going to be like, wait, this? This is it? Yeah, that's it. Anyways, I have one song, so I'm going to play it. Okie dokie. There's this mom. All right, that's it. That was the only one I owed tonight, mercifully. We didn't reach our goal, which is sort of a bummer. We didn't reach the goal in the day stream, didn't reach the goal in the night stream. What am I going to do? Sit here and piss and moan about money? Nah, you guys are really cool. I can't believe how generous everyone is. Really means a lot. Oh, boy. There we reached the goal. Because my man, Blasterbot, $100 says, this is Rob's struggle. The burden he must bear is the greatest whip song. Merchant Pivot. None shall surpass him in his chosen field of expertise. He'll be known for this for all time, immortalized online for his contribution to humanity. Thank you so much, you legend. Thank you. And then AJ Noakes gives 20. Says, $17 whip song sale? Yes. Crossing my fingers for Disney. Avarice. I don't see Avarice in the back. That's 3 I owe now. Piss. All right. Three songs. I can handle 3. Oh, I'm supposed to say, go. Thank you so much. Alt indie beatbox, of course. Everyone's favorite genre. This one sucks. They all suck.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way, live right, live right, live right, live right, live right, live right. Where there's a way, live right, live right, live right, live right, live right, live. Where there's a way, live right, live right, live right, live right, live right, live right. Crack on the back says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more. We are the slaves of the dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, live right, live right, live right, live right, live right, live right. There's a whip, live right, live right, live right, live right, live right, live. Where there's a whip, live right, live right, live right, live right, live right, live right way. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. There's a whip. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left.
Sucks.
Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, day. Where there's a whip. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. There's a whip. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, way.
Two more. Maniacal Japanese.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of Life says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. There's a way. Left, left, right, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight.
Last one. Just let it be a short one. Let's be merciful. Okay.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Last says we're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Well, did we do it? We did it. Are we mercifully at an end this fine evening? I hope so. If you haven't liked the video or subscribed, I would appreciate if you did. I really would. If you're not doing anything tomorrow night, come watch me wreck Lefty on court packing. It'll be fun and not that difficult. It's just a matter of forcing him to say what he really believes. It's bleak. Stuff we talked about tonight was bleak, but stay positive. Stay positive. I want to thank my moderators, my tremendous editor, Black Elk, everyone who donated money tonight. Thank you all so much. Thank you to everyone who liked or subbed or chatted or just watched. Appreciate you all. We're going to raid over to Emmett, I believe. I don't know what he's up to tonight, but we're going to raid over to him. We always end the show talking about Charlie Kirk and how it shows what the stakes are. How they killed him, mocked his family, protested his vigils. You know, they did the same thing to Henry Nowak. They protested his vigil too. Stand Against Racism, the organization did. Never forget what these stakes are and why it's important to keep pushing ahead. It could be you or someone you love lying on the ground getting handcuffed for being stabbed because you're white. And then your family being forced to say, don't get angry over it. Don't forget those are the stakes. So, but always stay positive. So say a prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family and for Henry Nowak and his family. God bless you all. We'll see you all tomorrow. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.